Welcome. So I'm Evan Thornberry. I'm the head and curator here at the David Rumsey Map Center, and I'm just going to take a couple of moments to welcome you all here to the 2026 spring meeting of the California Map Society. So this is the fifth year in a row we've done this here as hosting you all here for the Society's meeting. It is the first year that we've worked with Ken Habib, who was the conference organizer. So I'd like to thank Ken, who you all get to know here in just a second, for being such a great partner in planning this conference. We look forward to doing it again next year with you, and hopefully you all do as well. I also have never thanked Tom Paper for his work organizing the previous conferences or the previous California Map Society meeting. So Tom Paper will be our first presenter, but thank you, Tom, for several years of service as well. I would also like to introduce the staff of the David Rumsey Map Center who are here. Niles Dorn, let's see, there's a couple of people who aren't in here. Maria Gracia, who will be our Zoom host. She's going to be the person who is connecting our Zoom audience with the room. So if there's any issues on Zoom, anybody out there in Zoom land who has questions or anything like that, put them in the chat. You can ask Maria Gracia directly if you are having problems with any kind of technical audio or video problems, and she will relay them to us here in the space. We have the program over there on the screen, so that's the day's agenda. So take a look over there if you need a reference point. And there's Laura Swenson. Laura Swenson, sorry, I just put you on the spot walking out of the workroom, probably hard at work. Laura, Niles, Dorn, Maria Gracia, and Lamona are the people you can ask questions if you have any here. That's why we're here to help. And let's see, a couple of small housekeeping things. We do have one bathroom here in the center. There's usually a line when we have a group this large. There are other restrooms one floor below us and also two floors below us. So if you take the stairs or the elevator down, you'll see some more restrooms down there. We are missing our restroom key, I think. So if anybody has, we found it. Okay, never mind. Thank you. Just be mindful of the restroom key. We do not allow food and beverages in the space, although today you are welcome to bring in spill-proof water, water in spill-proof containers. So this is new. Some of you, this is a big deal for the Map Center. So just be mindful of water in spill-proof containers. You won't be able to bring anything else in the library, so don't try. Okay, I'm going to leave it there and hand off the mic to Ken, our conference organizer and MC for the day. And yeah, I look forward to chatting with you all today. Thanks.
Thanks all for coming. Should be interesting. It should be really fun. And I want to welcome all from online and in person, especially the in-person folks, because they had to negotiate the back stairways, which David Rumsey set up to test your sincerity. Okay, Mistakes on Maps. Our first speaker is Tom Paper. Mistakes on Maps will be a visually immersive journey through 20 historical maps, each featuring a fascinating flaw. Were these errors accidents, ambition, propaganda, or just fear of empty space? The answer is that empire, faith, and imagination shaped geography. Tom?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Ken. Hold on, give me just a second to get myself a little organized here. Not quite. I've got a little introducing to do first. Okay, well, so this is Mistakes on Maps. This is a dry run of a presentation that we're going to be giving in the Fringe Festival. Have you heard of the Fringe Festival in Edinburgh? So we had a crazy idea that we can now not back our way out of. We're going to be presenting at the Fringe Festival 20 shows for the month of August about mistakes on maps. It's a Mistakes on Maps. It's a 50-minute show. We're going to do, don't worry, 25 minutes today. Let's see. If you want to go, here's a little flyer. There's a QR code. You can go get this on the Pixium website. We will talk about why that map is a mistake. not today. Okay. Let's see. So I want to introduce you also to my co-presenters, co-performers, Sarah Paper, my daughter, and Eleanor Bigelow. So all maps are wrong, but some are useful. Every map is either too simple or too complicated, or even if it feels just right, it's still an abstraction, and so it's not perfect. The only perfect rendering of the world is the entire world on a scale of 1 to 1, and that map would be entirely useless. Now, this is a show about mistakes. And a mistake on a map is like being doubly wrong. And here we go. California is an island.
Tom, use the microphone, please.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Thank you. Do I have to start over again? No. Okay, good. So here we are, or will be, in Scotland, the land of Shakespeare's Macbeth, King of Scotland, who hung out with these three nasty witches who said double, double, toil and trouble. And trouble with maps is where we are headed today. Okay. All right, we are going to humiliate ourselves here. Bear with me. Okay. Come on, you don't have to laugh that much. So for centuries, maps tried to explain the Earth. But beginning around the 18th century, something curious happened. Cartographers turned inward. They began mapping love, marriage, success, failure, and even the human heart. And because maps represented authority, people paid attention. This map from 1748 is titled A Map or Chart of the Road of Love and Harbor of Marriage, and it charts how man can journey, and man, by the way, not woman, man can journey from their common life on the left in the red to love, to marriage, and ultimately to felicity, which means lasting contentment. But getting there is a journey, and there are lots of ways to stray. You must start through blind man's strait because love begins with being blind. And then you must avoid Lust Island and Money Island and the whirlpool of beauty. I'm not sure why you have to avoid beauty. But keeping Virtue Island as a guide to fruition straits where you get married, but being careful to avoid, you see, Cape Ecstasy. You also need to avoid jealousy, extravagance, and the whirlpool of adultery. And don't let yourself be cuckolded or henpecked. And hopefully you avoid the outlet of death and the lake of rest. Hopefully you follow Cape Good Sense and Cape Fidelity and make it into Felicity Harbor. This is a beautiful but exhausting journey. Moving on, this 1913 map shows the career journey of one's life. Now it starts with opportunity. That's the next one. Starts with opportunity, and in an engineering kind of mindset, encourages a person to find the right system and to avoid bohemianism, I'm not sure why, and the always right club, avoid literacy and conceit, and avoid the mutual admiration society, avoid vices and bad habits, avoid charlatanism, do it tomorrow, and jealousy. Once again, stick with your system, avoid misrepresentation and shortcuts. Stay on the train. Avoid bad temper, carelessness, shiftlessness, and bad memory. Keep seeking true knowledge and avoid lack of preparation. Avoid sprees. I'm not sure what fun that is. Avoid laziness, bad business methods, weak morals. Keep following your ideals. Do this and ultimately you will achieve success. It is a winding road. All right, moving on to our next bit. No music, Sarah? I'm gonna, hold on. We got a prop moment here. Okay. Here we go. Guess what this is all about? Okay, so our next topic is islands for investors, and of course it is all about money. So in the late 19th and 20th century, the world was gripped by polar fever. The poles were one of the few places on Earth that were not yet discovered by humans. And of course, these were incredibly harsh environments. One of the primary explorers was Robert Peary, a former US naval engineer, and his primary investor was, from San Francisco, George Crocker, son of an American railroad baron, and I think one of the big four. The other significant explorer was Frederick Cook. Now, Cook was a physician who formerly had been a team member on Peary's expeditions, and his primary investor was John Bradley. Thank you to AI for that image of a casino owner and big game hunter. Now, the competition between these two former teammates was intense. The press and the public were absolutely fascinated by the competition. And when Peary returned from an unsuccessful trip in 1906, attempt at the pole, he reported that he had discovered an island along the way. There it is. And he had named it Crocker Island after his investor, George Crocker. And that naming helped Peary secure funding from Crocker for Peary's next attempt at the pole. Probably not coincidentally, in 1908, Cook told his investor, Bradley, that he had discovered an island, which he named Bradley Island, which helped him get funding for his next attempt. And so it happened that for a brief time, Crocker Land and Bradley Land could be found on maps of that race to the pole. The only problem? Both islands were fakes. So Cook said that he had reached the pole in 1908, but few people believed him. He was discredited. Peary said that he reached the pole in 1909, and he was and is generally believed. Now, Crocker Land became part of the public consciousness. This is an article from the newspaper, The Call, in San Francisco in 1913. But there still was a debate going on. Not everyone believed Peary that he had found Crocker Land. And so this map from 1910 shows Crocker Land on the map. What's interesting is that this debate turned into an expedition. From 1913 to 1917, 4 years of an expedition just to prove whether or not Crocker Land really existed. And in the end, it did not. It was either a mirage or a fabrication, and it has never been proven as to whether Peary really did see this island. And the wrap up, we have a short little ditty. In the drive to be first, people will show their worst. In their mind, an island they will create, then put it on a map, a glorious mistake.
Okay, I'm wearing a sea monster hat here, and let's see if I can get this. Okay. When it came to the spaces of water on maps, the map makers filled the empty spaces with sea monsters. They signified danger and the unknown, like this fish upsetting a ship. Map makers also filled empty spaces with creatures that were fun and entertaining, like these mermaids, or anthropomorphic features, excuse me. And this 1572 map shows the North Sea on the left and most of the Scandinavian countries. And since we're going to be at the Fringe in Scotland, we're going to dive in and look at our beloved Scotland here on the map on the lower left. But the sea monsters, of course, are the main event. We've got a fish eating fish who's eating a man, a crab eating a snake, and a bullfish. Next is a fish eating a fish eating a fish, and a seahorse eating a lobster. We have a snake eating a ship, and a blowfish upsetting a ship. And this lovely map of the Americas has a king riding a dog-faced sea creature heralded on the right with someone blowing a conch. And then we have Poseidon riding a chariot pulled by horsefish. Sea monsters were mistakes for fun and on purpose, intended to sell maps and to entertain us. Next up, we're going to monstrous people. Okay. Where knowledge ended on distant lands, map makers filled space with monstrous people. This map from 1265 is a map of the world. Hard to see the world in here at first. But this line drawing of the same map may help you see a little more clearly. We have Europe, Asia, and Africa. And on the actual map, the southernmost part of Africa, you'll see dozens of different monstrous people and cannibals. People with their face in their chest, dog-headed men, and people with giant single feet. Now we're at a map from the 1450s of the world of Africa, where with Africa on the top, which obviously is a mistake. Or different perspective, I should say. Thank you. This is a line drawing that helps you see Europe, Asia, and Africa. And in Africa, you'll see fire worshipers. And my favorite, the Amazonian women. And this map from 1562 shows cannibals in what is now Brazil, hacking off body parts and hanging them up on trees, then cooking some of the parts in boiling water, while others are roasting parts on an open fire. The same map also shows giants in Patagonia. And here's a 1559 map showing cannibals in Brazil. And a 1550 map showing one-eyed people in Africa. When map makers were confronted with faraway places, they reflected our fears and drew scary faces.
This next story is a story that many people may be familiar with. For about 100 years after the New World was discovered, the west coast of North America was one solid body of land. The Baja Peninsula was shown here in 1570, but always as a peninsula. Here again in 1600, California is attached to the mainland. But then in 1602, something happened. A Spanish ship carried a Carmelite friar who wrote in a journal, "Maybe California is an island." That ship was then captured by the Dutch, and so too was the journal. The Dutch figured because they'd captured the journal and because the Spanish were always so secretive about their maps and papers, this journal was probably carrying something that was true. And then map makers in Amsterdam saw this journal. They were always on the lookout for geographic news, and they knew this news would sell maps. So they obliged, and map makers around Europe followed suit. This is California as an island in 1622. This is California as an island in 1630. This is California as an island in 1680. European customers had come to expect to see California as an island on their maps. Then in 1700, a different Spanish priest, Eusebio Kino, after walking the entire coast of California, concluded that California is not an island. He even made his own map. In 1701, a very reputable map maker, Guillaume de Lille, stopped showing California as an island. Less reputable map makers here in 1720 continued to profit from this intriguing mistake. Though evidence rings out clear as a bell, some mistakes endure because they do sell. In the late 19th century, women were waging a war against the evils of alcohol. They formed a temperance league in the name of God and humanity. It was a woman's holy war, a grand charge on the enemy works. They did everything they possibly could to stop men from drinking. They showed how men are slaves to the bottle, how women and children are left behind. They quietly prayed outside saloons. They showed what happens to a man's face over 15 years of drinking. They showed what happens to a man's stomach. They forced men to sign pledges. They showed bartenders as death dealers. Then they somehow got the idea to employ reason, and what's more reasonable than a map? A cholera epidemic had been cured in the early 19th century because the epidemiologist John Snow had realized that most of the deaths were centered around one water pump. When people stopped drinking from that pump, the epidemic was cured. If logic stopped a cholera epidemic, then why shouldn't it stop the drinking epidemic? This is a drink map of of Glasgow, with one red dot for every pub. Lots of red dots in lots of places. And here's a concentration across the railroad tracks. This is another drink map from the city of Oxford. The red dots are everywhere. And this is a drink map from central London. The Temperance League was convinced that people would be horrified by the number of pubs, and this would cause men to give up the drink. Not surprisingly, men saw these maps as their guide to find their next pub. The mistake was not the map itself, nor any street or hub. The mistake was thinking men would quit instead of finding a pub.
That's it. Thank you very much. How are we doing for time? Are we okay? We don't have 10 more minutes, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about anything. Yeah.
Entertaining illustrations. You had great entertaining illustrations. I wondered how many of those illustrations were AI, and you pointed out one of them.
Most of them were AI. You can kind of tell the ones that weren't, where I worked in PowerPoint to put them into places. So AI, but AI is pretty amazing. You got to be careful, but and it takes work too. Yeah, other questions? Yeah, Wes.
I just wanted to report the second map you showed, the famous Road to Success map.
Yes.
Our company back in about 2000 had that map colored with the name of our company at the top instead of Success, and that was framed in our lobby.
How about that? How about that? I love that. Yeah, Ron.
Since we have a minute, say the rest of the presentation you're going to give in Scotland.
Well, I can pull up. I'll show you. How about if we do it democratically, and I'll show you the other bits. And I don't have my script with me, but I can do it ad lib. So let me just quickly tell you. There's one on the flat Earth, the diameter or the circumference of the Earth. Okay, all right. Thank you. Hold on. It's been very. So you can kind of see the pictures here. So there's flat Earth. It's round, but how round? America or Columbia, the great southern continent below. We have a Here Be Dragons. What? Well, I'm gonna just go through this quickly, and then we'll let somebody pick, and we can choose one or two to go into. We have a piece on Paradise. Paradise was on maps. Hell was not. The Legend of Prester John. The Darien scheme will be popular in Scotland because it kind of bankrupted the country and forced them to join forces with. That's when Great Britain, I think, became Great Britain. The Scilly naval disaster, which folds into the story of longitude. The North-West Passage. The Australian Inland Sea, that's kind of amazing, this map right here on the right. The Mountains of Kong, Ken Habib, I know you appreciate this one. One thing that was interesting was that the number, when we thought about it, the number of successful map makers who made serious mistakes on maps is significant. And in the case of Mountains of Kong, it was James Rennell. Mercator had some crazy maps of the North Pole. We have a famous forgery section where we do a piece on the Vinland map from Yale, and a crazy story about George Salmanazar, who basically conned all of London about Taiwan. Canals on Mars, Percival Lowell, who's quite famous for the Lowell Observatory. Turns out he had kind of a not highly regarded take or philosophy about what was on Mars, that there were actually canals on Mars. And this ties into H.G. Wells and Orson Welles and what he did in 1938. Hampton Sides. Oh, and by the way, I have to give a credit to Chris Butler. I saw that she's going to speak here at some point, who wrote a book on drink maps. So she's credited on the image, but I wanted to point that out. The Open Polar Sea, Hampton Sides wrote an incredible book. I think it's In the Kingdom of Ice, about the long expedition to the incredible. In 1877, a group of 33 went to, they took their ship and basically plowed into the polar ice cap, thinking that they could get through it or get pushed out of it. And they spent 2 years in the ice cap. It was an incredible journey. 10 of them survived. We have a piece on map traps. So these are mistakes on purpose on maps, which are a lot of fun. And then we have a piece on what's your name? So the naming of places, like the Falklands or Islas Malvinas. The Adriatic Sea was named the Sea of Venice for a while. And then, of course, one of the favorites, the Gulf of Mexico, that is no longer the Gulf of Mexico. You saw the piece on drink maps, and we're still, our last piece is Death by GPS, where we explore some of the people who over-relied upon GPS. How are we doing for time now?
We're good on time. We have a question in Zoom, which I'm going to read.
Yeah.
So the question is, monsters on medieval maps are only in Africa and not distant lands of Asia. Does that signal early racism? Do you have any observations about that, Tom, or anyone?
They were in Asia. They were in places unknown, so it wasn't just Africa. And yeah, I would say it is an early form of that. I would agree with that. We tend to ascribe names and scary things to things that we don't know. Yeah, Bill.
Which of these mistakes do you think took the longest to be recognized or corrected?
Great question. Hold on, I got to think about that for a second. California as an island persisted for a good 80 years. The great southern continent below, so this was this theory that the world was balanced, and it was known the population, it was a theory that probably made it onto a map even before the Renaissance. It was a classical theory, and it's this one here. Hold on. Now I need this. So this is Ptolemy's theory. Ptolemy lived in like the year 200 AD. That's the idea of the theory, and temperatures kind of bear it out. And so this is Scotland as Great Britain. United Kingdom? I always get this mixed up about what you call this. The British Isles, thank you. But this is a map, it's a Ptolemaic map, which means it was developed in the classical period by Ptolemy, but it wasn't actually manifested into a map that we know until 1482. And you see Scotland bent over to the right. Anybody know why? It was the climate theory. It was Ptolemy's climatic theory that people could not live north of a particular latitude. And so that made it on, when the map was drawn in classical times, that's how they thought that's how they thought what existed there, or where it existed. So this is the great southern continent below, thanks to Chet Van Duzer for this map. It's a beautiful map, right? And it's just completely fictitious, what's in the yellow box there. And then this is Ortelius, 1570. And hold on, I'm going to add the dots to this so you can see some of the dates. So that white thing on the bottom is the great southern continent below. Here it is again in this map by Hondius, 1630. So I think this is Cook, who really disproved the great southern continent below in 1775. So we're talking 1500 years. Anybody else have any suggestions for what might be the longest running mistake on a map? Evan, what do you think?
Does it have to do with California?
Well, California was like, no, any mistake on a map that persisted for a long period of time. Yeah. The discovery of the New World, it was not on the map, right, for a long time. We got a question in the back.
Actually, two things. My guess was maybe use or overuse of the Mercator projection as an error on the map for the actual representation. But
Well, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I think that falls into the first type of being wrong, not necessarily a mistake. It's a way to take 3 dimensions and put it to 2. It's just been overused, I would say.
but I don't see it as a mistake. I see it as a, I mean, the math is correct, right? It's just overused and then causes, because it overemphasizes shape over relative size.
Okay, and the question is, in all of your research, what would you say is the most fatal map insofar as an error that led to armed conflict?
To armed conflict, I don't know if I have armed conflict. The Scilly naval disaster of 17 whatever, there were a couple thousand people that died because of that, and that's all about longitude. But I'm not, I guess, now Heiko may have some thoughts about, mistakes on maps that lead to, I have wondered, and somebody suggested that we take for one of our subjects and make it be bombing the wrong target, right? Because the map was wrong or something in the navigation system was wrong. We chose not to do that. But the Scilly naval disaster is crazy. I'll just do this real quickly. So 21 ships were coming back from Gibraltar, and this is in 1707. So that's where they were going, and they thought they were at the blue filled in dot, but they were really at the blue circle. And that's mostly because of longitude. And so they sort of kept going towards the blue circle, even though they were at the blue circle. And so they ended up, I can do it, but it's over here on the left. Hold on. They ended up in the midst of all this. And then, thank you, AI, this is what happened, right? 1,400 people died. And this was the reason why the Longitude Act on the right side of the slide. So the Longitude Act was what was enacted in 1714 that begot, anybody read Davis Sobel's book, Longitude? It's a great book. And the prize and Harrison won that. And we have a little bit on that. There's masculine, we're at time. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Thank you very much. That was fun. All right. What's your exhibit number? Go straight just to the first one. Just go there, and then you're just going to click through. Okay. And do you want this or do you want? I'll have this. Okay. Good.
Tom mentioned Mountains of Kong, or also known as Mountains of the Moon. I did an article about that some issues ago. They are fallacious completely. They were considered to be in Central Africa. They're really in Eastern Africa. They're called the Mountains of Rwenzori. Ptolemy mentioned them centuries before they were actually discovered by Henry Morton Stanley in the 1880s, the first European to discover them, that is. They could have asked the locals. They would have said, well, duh, we've known about them for a while now. And I also mentioned the island of California to a friend of mine, and she said, oh, great, how can we do that? So Matthew Nachamkin is our next speaker. And let's see, Matthew's fascination with mapping began with a video game called GeoGuessr, which drops you somewhere on Earth using Google Street View and asks a deceptively simple question. Where in the world are you? That question, it turns out, opens up something much bigger. That is a window onto how the modern world is being mapped and what it means that so many places are only now being seen for the first time. Okay, Matthew.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Matthew Nachamkin. A huge thank you to everyone here today who's helping organize this, helping create this, everyone who's come to listen. And yeah, I'll get right into it. I'm excited to share with you an interest of mine, talking about technology in mapping and talking about a new side of mapping that you maybe haven't heard of or are only just a little bit familiar with. So to start off here, again, my name is Matthew. I'm a rising junior right now at Williams College in Massachusetts. And for those of you who know Williams, yeah. And I met Tom by taking a class of his. So here I am at Williams. I'm lucky enough to be on the basketball team, as you might have been able to guess with my height. And I'm originally from Cold Spring, New York, in the Hudson Valley, for those of you who know, a little north of New York City. And you can see here's me in Tom's class. So in between our semesters, we take one class for a month. It's called Winter Study. And I had the great opportunity to take the history of maps with Tom and just get a great sense of the mapping world, learn about David Rumsey Center here, learn about the opportunity this summer to work for him. And as you can see here, I'm on this website, Pixiem, that is Tom's, and that's what I'm sharing today with you, sharing my presentation through. So I was able to start this idea, start my learning, engage more in my interest through Tom's class. And I'm really happy to be here today. Here's a photo. I've only ever been to California one time before this. It was with my mom, and I had a great time. I was here last spring, got to do all the touristy stuff, but now super happy to be here today to talk to you about a fun topic. So I want to introduce you to GeoGuessr. So raise your hand if you've ever heard of GeoGuessr. Okay, good. So that's actually more hands than I was expecting. So I'm glad we have some people who know. But for those of you who don't know, it's this online game that I got way too interested in a few years ago and played a lot with my friends. You get dropped in the world and you have to figure out where you are. And it's a great question because it's incorporating mapping, it's incorporating geography, getting a sense of where you are, feeling things out, using clues, using intuition, all of it. And it's so much fun that I want to maybe play it with you guys here today at the start, okay? So the first activity, I want you to look at this map right here, this image. We're up in the mountains, Wanna Road, and I want to be going through your mind right now is where in the world are we? I want that to be the question. Take a couple seconds, and if we have anyone who's brave enough, I love a couple hands if anyone has any guesses, okay? Norway, okay. Okay, any other guesses? I won't say if you're right or wrong until the end, but just keep looking at it. You might just be enjoying it, right? You might just be sitting back enjoying it, but also try to analyze, okay, what are we looking at? What's the foliage? What's the landscape? And if there's any other hands, I'd love to see some guesses, some brave audience members. Somewhere in the Alps, okay. So if we don't have any more guesses, then the Australian Alps. We had a great answer over here. So you might wonder, now that you know it, you might wonder what kind of clues would you need to use to answer a question like this? And that's what I'm highlighting here. So putting yourself in the shoes of an advanced GeoGuessr player, which unfortunately I'm not where I want to be yet in that regard, but thinking about, all right, we see an alphabet, or do we see an alphabet that I'm not familiar with? What side of the road are they driving on? What side is the sun in the north or the south, right? There's all these kinds of questions. Do I know what the road posts are like? So if you put yourself in the shoes of someone who's trying to figure out where you are in the world, then all of a sudden you can not just look at this as a beautiful landscape, but also as an opportunity to analyze, an opportunity to learn, and have fun playing this game. And as you can see in that top corner, it said 1,006 people were playing this game mode at this time. There have been millions of users who have played this game, and it really sparked my interest into geography. So now that you guys know the clues, you know what to look for, I'm gonna give you one more chance, okay? Here we go, where are we today? Oh, seems like a lot of you know, okay. But no, GeoGuessr has been a huge part of my life, a huge part of my interest, and I wanna talk actually about my interest. So that's me from a very young age, when the globe was about as big as I was, and I would spin it, I would close my eyes, I would put my finger on the globe, and I look at it and I try to pronounce a new area, I would say, oh, maybe I'm going to go to vacation one day there. I would explore in that way. And as I grew up in high school, I started geography club. I wanted to bring this interest of GeoGuessr and of being exposed to new areas in the world to a new audience. And that audience at the time was just friends of mine in high school. And through all that, though, as I kept playing, right, you have to ask yourself, and where in the world are you? That's the question you have to ask yourself. And as I would do this, right, I would learn the Alps. I would learn, okay, what does South America look like versus Australia? But as I was playing more, I would get maybe Chile a couple times in a row, or I'd get South Africa a couple times in a day. And I was curious. The database that they're using, what is this? And also, why am I getting repeats in certain areas? And the question that the game raised was, which countries have Google Street View? Google Street View being the database that is used by the GeoGuessr video game. As you can see on screen here, the blue are the countries that have coverage, and our light gray are the countries that don't. And part of that reason is for privacy purposes of not wanting to be mapped, but it's also an answer, or it's also a question about what is the infrastructure for mapping, for roads, and also for technology. And I want to share with you today some of those new ways that technology is being used. But now looking at a current map, we see this is a map that I took from the website itself of GeoGuessr just last week. You can see there still are a lot of countries that haven't been mapped. So the main questions of my talk here today are, what about the places that have never been mapped? That's the first thing I was thinking about as I was getting these repeats and not actually exploring certain countries that I knew the least about and would want to explore. And two, what does it mean that right now, in 2026, we are filling in those blanks faster than ever before? So as you just learned about on mistakes on maps, right? Maps have always had their limits. They've always been something you can't fully trust. And even today, you'd think with technology, and you'd think with how advanced things are getting, there'd be regions that would be mapped very well, and there shouldn't be any issues. But there are a lot more issues than you think. But technology nowadays is helping us get to a new stage of mapping, getting people the representation they deserve and would like, and also helping create a more accessible mapped world. So first, to talk about Google Camera Cars. This is the database that GeoGuessr uses. So if you've ever seen one of these cars, you might be on Google Earth. That would actually be pretty cool if you've seen one of these. But if you've ever used Google Earth and you see this little yellow guy right in the middle of that car, you're able to drag that guy onto the street, and you enter a world of putting yourself inside the view of the camera, right? You have a 360-degree view of what's around you, and that's what GeoGuessr uses, right? You're entering this new world. These cars started being made in 2007. Nowadays, they're in over 100 countries around the world, and they're amazing for mapping, because you would think when the project was maybe announced, all right, we're going to try to map the world through cars, you maybe think, oh, they're just going to kind of go on the main roads, right? Try to get this and that. If you open up Google Maps or Google Earth and you see where is mapped, it's those side roads. I mean, you could probably be right outside your house. Some of you maybe even have tried it. I definitely did when I was young. I'd play around in it. And it's a great way to expose yourself to a new area of the world, or even an area you're really familiar with. But the thing about cars is they only go on the roads, right? We need to think about what's beyond the streets, right? This is being the Amazon rainforest. I don't see any roads up there right now. Looking at the Darien Gap that Tom mentioned at the end, this is connecting Central America to South America. There are no roads actually that go in that region because of the harsh terrain, and it poses a real problem for if there's like immigration, or also just thinking about, this is an area of the world that is probably stunning, but also just should be mapped, but Google cars aren't going to be the way to map a region like that. Look at the center of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, right? This vast forest that doesn't have any roads, right? So Google cars are not going to be the solution for mapping, but other technologies are. First, we look at drones. Drones used to be an extremely expensive, maybe governmental institutions only had them, really kind of rich groups. Now you can buy a drone for cheaper than you can buy a computer. And all of a sudden it's revolutionized mapping, because think about a natural disaster, you have to map a new coastline. As opposed to people having to go and survey that data, now you have drones to do the work for you. I also want to talk about satellites. I mean, satellite imagery has been around for a while, and the bottleneck isn't that we don't have enough imagery, it's just how to process that imagery, right? We have such a great database, such a breadth of images. There's so many satellites being launched all the time up and helping us with mapping. But now we have to take it that step further and say, what are we going to do with that data? An example of that is something called Open Street View, where you can see here a representation of the Bay Area. And Open Street View is the ability to anyone in this open source, easy to use database from the comfort of your chair at home are able to map and help interpret some of that satellite imagery. There was an example in Haiti where there was an earthquake, and people from all over the world were able to come together and map the region post the event and allow for those areas in need that needed to be represented, those areas that wouldn't have gotten the attention by the mapping world to be mapped to receive the aid that they needed. I was thinking about AI nowadays, right? AI is so powerful for processing all this satellite imagery at an instantaneous moment, right? To think about humans sifting through the data, as I just showed you, humans are able to use satellite imagery, but what's even cooler now is the ability for AI to, in a split second, not just receive the data, but also process it. Be able to make distinctions between, right, what's a building, what's a field, what's a river, all the important information that previously would take so long to be able to process. And just a few more examples of filling in the blanks. We have LiDAR, right, through this light recognition, you're able to uncover some new areas that they're now finding right below forests, some almost archaeological data. We have, through sound waves now, they're able to send a signal down to the bottom of the ocean and have it pop right back up, and you're able to tell the depth of the ocean, but also what the terrain is like on the surface. And even think about somewhere up in the Himalayas, right? This is a region that would never be able to receive the representation maybe before, or we would have the data on, but through all this new technology, we're able to. And thinking about filling in the blanks, right? The title of my talk, we also have to think about interior spaces, right? If we're going to talk about now mapping regions that have never been mapped before, we also have to talk about the inside. And there's this cool technology called Matterport, where through this very expensive and very high definition camera, you're able to get this 3D visualization of what an area would look like. I mean, if you were looking to, let's say, buy a new home in the Bay Area, and before you even visit it, you want to be able to plan out where you're going to put things, what the inch by inch, what the model looks like. There's new technology now to map that out for you, make it extremely convenient, and also to allow for so many new opportunities that we wouldn't have access to before. But you also have to think about the limitations of this, and also any potential concerns. There are certain regions on Google Earth that are blurred out for privacy reasons, and also thinking about mapping new areas that have never been mapped before, mapping interior spaces. It's all great for the future of mapping, but also there are some privacy things that may need to be considered as we think about how much are we actually going to map and how much data is going to be publicly accessible. But thinking about why this matters, right? It's all fun. It's like a fun game that you learn about at the start, you get to play in. But also thinking about why this matters is huge for those areas specifically in need is where I want to focus on. Because looking at, for example, some low-income neighborhoods, the favelas in Rio de Janeiro. Up until a few years ago, some very densely populated areas were not actually fully mapped in the ways they should be. I mean, if you were to just zoom in on Google Maps, you might have a couple houses, a couple streets, but there are regions that were looked over and not attended to and now with drones, with AI, with the new processing of satellite imagery, we have a very hopeful future for what it'll look like for those regions that maybe haven't received the attention they needed to in the past. And I label this, one of these last slides, what lies beyond the edge, for two reasons. One, I also love learning about space, and there's so many new ways now that we're mapping space, finding new stars, mapping surfaces of different areas. But also, what lies beyond the edge represents, right, talking in a mapping sense. I've talked to you a lot about geography today, but if you talk about mapping, right, what lies beyond the edge of these maps, the unknown, we're exploring into those regions faster than ever before through all this fascinating new technology, and also through the utilization, right? It's not just the creation, but it's also how we're now applying it. And for me, how I found out about it was through this game, GeoGuessr. I am glad to have been able to share with you today a little bit of how a video game took me to learn more about geography. And it's not just because, like, a goal of mine is to travel the world when I'm older, and GeoGuessr has helped me now get a sense of what regions look like, and maybe some potential vacation spots down the line. But also, it's important to look at it from the lens of understanding different perspectives from around the world. I would never have known what the streets of Senegal look like, or what a densely populated village in Thailand is like without this game. And that's why my hope today, and my hope when I created this geography club in my high school, was to build on to the education, the geography education that is out there, and allow for more people to just be well-versed in a topic that we should have more knowledge on than we do. And hopefully today you were able to learn a little bit about what technology is now doing to help out with mapping, and also a fun game that you may be interested in exploring further, and can test your skills now about how well you know the world. Thank you. Yeah, any questions?
Thanks, great presentation. So 3 short questions. 1, who's responsible for GeoGuessr? 2, are there any kinds of competitions that people play? And 3, are there any guidelines that you follow or rules that are applied? Like when you see the example you gave with the sign in a different language.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you very much, David. So just for those who didn't hear, it was 1, who's making GeoGuessr? 2, are there any like competitions? And 3, are there any guidelines? So GeoGuessr, it's its own company and its own video game that was created just by, it was created in the late 2010s, just by a group of people who wanted to take publicly accessible data and gamify it, right? I mean, there's so many ways nowadays people are creating new interests by tracking things through technology. And I found out about it through social media. I saw a YouTube video, was like, wait, this is really cool. And to answer your second question, there are competitions. There's even has been a World Cup the last couple years. It's become an e-sport, and there's a lot of money, sponsorships, and as far as any guidelines, it is kind of a, there is a sense of honesty and a code you need to follow to be truthful to yourself when you're playing the game, because you could just see a sign and then look up on Google the street and get a perfect score, right, and beat someone. But there is a honor code that you follow, and also that allows you to then really, you feel great about yourself when you get a good answer, because then you know you were the one who did the work. And it's been really fun to see how the game has developed, and also how people go from just maybe being able to consistently get the country right to all of a sudden, oh my gosh, like there's some great videos out there where someone will look at dirt or look at like this one bush and they know it's native to this one country. So the opportunities are endless with it, and also you can only get better and better at identifying specific highways, specific countries, and all that stuff. So yeah. Yeah, in front.
Hi, I'm curious about on Google or Google Street View, especially in San Francisco, I see plenty of houses that are blurred out. And do you know how that happens? Do homeowners pay Google to blur their house, or I'm just curious.
Okay, yeah. So the question was about blurred areas. I'm not as well read on the blurred areas as I'd hope to be, because I do know when playing the game, sometimes there are regions that are blocked off. But my assumption from what I've learned about this is that there is some sort of agency in who can like reach. I think it's something you have to go out of your way to do, but you do have the ability to reach out if you don't want to be a part of this database. But I think as you'll see, it's like with so many images being taken, it's hard, right? That's why I posed the question, like, what is the limit to this, and is there a limit? How many more images are being taken of public spaces like this? Yeah, up front.
Okay, another question here is how often is Google Earth updated? In other words, if it's done 10 years ago, things can change. And so a place that you thought was there is no longer.
Yeah, so as far as the Google Earth satellite imagery, I know just from personal experience, when I look at the top of my house, there are we had our sidewalk changed, like the path leading up to our house, and that has been updated as of a few years ago. So as far as Google Earth, the satellite imagery, I assume it's every few years in that regard. I can get back to you on the exact year, but as far as the Google cars, that is every year. And again, going back to the competition side of things, there are certain regions that actually haven't been updated, let's say since 2024, and it's like the terminology is like a Gen 3 camera versus a Gen 4 camera, right? The camera that they have on top of the car. And that is something that people will use to pinpoint a specific country because they know, oh, there's like a little rift in the sky. They're like, oh, that's so almost taking the game and as opposed to using geography to help you figure it out, you're using the little niche details that you are specific to certain countries. But the Google Cars update at least every year, if not more often. Thank you. Yeah.
We got a question in the back here.
Oh, no.
Thank you. I loved the photograph of you as a child with the globe.
Yes.
And I wanted to know, were maps and travel in the world part of your family experience as well as in school? It sounds like you really had an early introduction into it and probably through your family. Can you tell us a little bit about your family interest in this?
Yeah, so my introduction to maps is probably very different from a lot of you. I'm not as well read as most people here in the room with maps, but no, I think what started it for me was I had a lot of discussions with my grandfather. He was in the Navy, and when I was really young, I would always have some nice talks with him. And hearing about his travels to Asia, he was in the Vietnam War, and hearing about all that, I think for me as I reflect, probably was a great interest, and was what had me exploring globes even at such a young age. And then since then, it's just been I think I've always wanted to travel the world because I realized just how beautiful it is through this game. Through I'll sometimes in my social media feed have a lot of these travel videos, and you're like, wow, that is stunning. And it's one thing to be able to go there, but it's another thing to beforehand know what it looks like, know the neighboring countries. And also, I think what it did it for me was growing up in just a public school in New York State, the education on other countries, I didn't know as much as I wanted to actually about even just what countries were in each continent. Like the geography that we were taught was not what I had hoped for. So a couple of friends of mine would always be testing each other, exploring, branching out, and from that I think it all just grew. Yeah, and then we'll go over here.
Matt, thank you for a really engaging and stimulating presentation. My question is, are there security concerns having detailed knowledge of American geography available to anyone, perhaps someone who does not wish us well?
No, there definitely are concerns. There are, the data that I talked about is from Google. So, for example, one of the one of the countries that wasn't up on the map was China, that doesn't have coverage. They have very select coverage indoors, certain photos that people have taken, but I think there are, for example, with that, that's them not wanting Google's to come into their country with the cars. And I think there definitely is a slight concern about having everything mapped, but I think on the more hopeful side of things, what I'm excited about and had a fun time sharing with you is the new possibilities now that all this technology and what to look forward to as far as the future of mapping goes with what hadn't had coverage and what now will have coverage in the coming years.
Can you please speak into the mic so that people on Zoom can hear? Thank you.
What position do you play for the basketball team?
Yeah.
Are you anticipating a career in geography or professional basketball player?
Okay, yeah. So for those who didn't hear, what position am I in basketball, and am I going to pursue basketball or geography? So I play power forward. I'll be honest, I didn't get too many minutes last year, but still had a great time. Felt I improved a lot. And now I'm entering my junior year, so hoping to step up on the team. And I don't think professional basketball is for me. Williams College is a Division III school, and I'm very glad to be now playing. But who knows? I think professionally, I'm still a little unsure. I'm a psychology major, but at a liberal arts school, you get to explore all sorts of things. And just like how I was able to explore Tom's class on history, the history of maps. But I definitely think geography and mapping, and just even being at this event, hearing all these talks today, and getting to do this research for my talk are a great kind of foundation now for a future, and hopefully maybe collecting, but even just reading and continued interest in mapping as a topic.
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, before we break for lunch, we have some announcements scheduled for the next couple of minutes, and I'm going to invite Wes up to give these announcements.
Brazil and Thailand. I regularly find things in my jacket pockets.
Hello, I'm Wes Brown. I am a visitor from Colorado, but I'm a longtime member of the Society and have presented here before and been to many meetings and see several friends in the audience. I'm here on behalf of the International Map Collectors Society, IMCOS. IMCOS is an organization with hundreds of members all over the United States. It's been around for over 50 years. And IMCOS prints a journal quarterly. This is volume 184. So there's a lot of wonderful stuff that comes from IMCOS. And IMCOS has an annual award that it presents. And the award is the Helen Wallace Award, and it goes to an individual who, in the opinion of the selection committee, has been responsible for cartographic contributions of great merit and wide interest to map collectors worldwide. And I'm here today to present one of those awards. This will be the second time since 1983 that the award has been presented to a Californian. Norman Thrower was a recipient about 25 years ago. And this award is going to David Rumsey. So the idea was that we could present this award right here in his fan club with his best friends and colleagues to hear these remarks. So I'm going to read a very long citation, which was written by Peter Barber, who is the retired map librarian of the British Library and is a world expert and chaired the selection committee selecting David. And so these are his words. The recipient of this year's IMCOS Helen Wallace Award is not only a perspicacious map collector, that means great discernment, perspicacious map collector with a precocious grasp of the significance of hereto generally disregarded examples, and the creator of one of the world's greatest initially private map collections. He is also one of the most munificent living cartographic philanthropists, inspired innovators in the technique of map digitization, and generous enablers of history of cartography scholarship throughout the world. He obtained a master's degree in fine arts from Yale University and worked there as a lecturer in fine arts, specializing in electronic technologies, before embracing on a highly successful 20-year career in real estate in the East Coast of the USA. He began collecting maps initially relating to the Americas in the early 1980s, long before moving to the West Coast and settling in California. He first concentrated on 19th and 20th century maps at a time when few were interested in them. He acquired these comprehensively, not shying away from collecting enormous multi-sheet series. He also moved into more conventional and expensive areas. He purchased examples of almost all the significant single-sheet maps, multi-sheet wall maps, atlases, travel accounts, maritime charts and globes, dating from the dawn of printing to the present day. Today, the collection is encyclopedic, including more than 150,000 items and still growing. So much so that the dealers have been mentioning the maps that are selling are not in his collection as an indication of rarity, not in Rumsey, you will see every once in a while. Not the least of his achievements has been to ensure that all maps in his collection get cataloged to the highest internationally accepted standards. But the personal satisfaction that every collector gets from his collection has not been enough for him. From the first, visitors to his house wishing to look at his maps have been made welcome. He was happy to discuss cartobibliographical details over the phone and more recently via Zoom with fellow enthusiasts who left impressed by his depth of knowledge. Before long, taking advantage of the latest technology and his own mastery of the medium, he decided to make his collections freely available to the world. From his home, he supervised the digitization in the most expert manner possible to ensure that they were as close as possible in all respects to the originals and that the smallest details could be clearly seen. He also allowed high-resolution images to be downloaded free of charge. In the process, he pioneered digitization techniques that have since set the international standard and have been copied by libraries, public as well as private, throughout the world. The process of digitization is ongoing, with over 120,000 maps from his total collection digitized to date, and more being added monthly. His action in sharing his collections digitally has proved over the decades to be an enormous boon, not only for collectors in all corners of the globe, but also to scholars, whether or not they are researching the history of cartography. In 2016, he decided to secure the long-term future of his collection by gifting it to Stanford University, together with an endowment, thereby creating a map center bearing his name. This provides classroom instruction in the field and the chance for the public to inspect the maps in person in the elegant surroundings of the Bing Wing of the Green Library. The center also organizes digital exhibitions, conferences, talks, and other events. It is perhaps the greatest publicly available center for the study of historic maps in the West Coast. In doing what he has, in the words of another leading map collector, he has inspired students, collectors, and researchers the world over to love maps and learn from them. But his generosity in making his collection and the related records available to scholars is only a part of his contribution to the field. Behind the scenes, he has made significant donations to scholarly institutions and has helped to underwrite scholarly projects in the map history field being undertaken by universities and libraries, not only in the USA, but throughout the world, including the United Kingdom. To give only one example, he contributed substantially to the digitization by the National Library of Scotland of almost all sheets of early Ordnance Survey maps in its scales. I can think of no worthier recipient of this year's IMCOS Helen Wallace Award than David Rumsey. Where is David? And I hope David is here. Please come forward. This is an interesting, I'm going to give you a chance to speak in a minute, but I want to show you the solver, the silver solver. So rather than giving this to you, this has David's name on it, along with 40 other spectacular contributors to the world of appreciation of maps throughout the last 40 plus years. And this little solver travels around the world to be presented annually at some special event as it is today. And your name, along with many names of friends who you will know on this list, is now entered. And of course, the citation and the photos that I hope will be taken shortly will be included in the IMCOS journal that is coming out very soon. So David, congratulations. And may we have a photo of us holding the solver together. Thank you. And Tom is the official Western U.S. representative of IMCOS. Thank you, Tom. And I'll let you have the microphone. Congratulations.
Well, my ears are burning. Thank you very much, Wes. It's an honor to receive this award. I'm so happy that they also mentioned the Map Center and the work that's being done here. I remember Helen Wallace. I never met her personally, but she was such an inspiration to me. Cartographic Innovations was one of the great things that I read, back in the early 80s, late 70s that got me going. That was a long citation that Peter wrote, but I want to say I'm still going. I bought a map this morning. Thank you very much.
I failed to mention who Helen Wallace was. So Helen Wallace was a little British woman who was the map curator and later titled the map librarian for the British Library for many, many years. And I remember the first IMCOS International Symposium I went to in 1992, and we were, because it was that year, we were celebrating Spain, and we were in El Escorial, the royal buildings, and we went into this tiny little room where these monks were showing us the great treasures, and on the table was Isidore's etymology with the TO map written in 610. And I remember Helen Wallace saying to the youngest person in the room, "Wesley, look carefully at this map, because this is the oldest book you will ever see in your life." So that was Helen Wallace.
Okay, folks, time to break for lunch. You have let's see. You have until 1:25. I would be back here sharp because we have a couple of very interesting speakers that are going to start off right from the top, okay? Thanks a lot.
Okie dokie.
Give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready to start. I can change the lights. I think we're just about ready to go. Go. Oh, that's 1:30. 1:30. Yeah. I see most people back. Not everybody, but we're going to get started. Zoe Dilles is going to talk about the General Land Office Records Database, or GLO records, which contains thousands of land records, maps, surveys, field notes, and patents. And these all document a multifaceted history of the American West and beyond. Zoe, and I think maybe Evan, I'm not sure, will relate Californian stories from this rich archive of land title and land use, as well as provide tips on using this publicly accessible resource. Welcome, Zoe.
Thanks very much, Ken. It's really a pleasure to be here with you guys. This is my third time attending the California Map Society conference and my first time presenting here. I am the map librarian over at Branner Earth Sciences Library, the other major paper map collection here at Stanford University Libraries. And it's wonderful to see many familiar faces. And if I've never seen you over at Branner, please do come over. I welcome visitors as well. The General Land Office Records Database, I'll just say the big thing first. I think it's an underappreciated resource. I'm very passionate about public records. I know they're not as glamorous as many of the fabulous map monsters we looked at this morning, but they're no less valuable for research across a wide range of disciplines and professional and personal applications. So this will be a smattering of stories to kind of entice you into this. And if you're curious about it, there are lots of amazing resources online to help you dive in more, including some that I have made. And I'll link out to those at the end. But there's also a link here, which will be on the last slide, for these slides, which also have links in them in case you want to try this out for yourself. I also want to just say a big thank you to my colleagues here at the David Rumsey Map Center for the introduction and the opportunity. And thanks to the folks who are tuning in online. We appreciate that as well. So here's our outline for today. We're going to talk about lands. What are federal lands? What are public lands? What's the difference? What is a survey? What does it mean to collect data in this way? And what kind of things can you find in land records? Records themselves, some sort of tips about them, what kind of formats they're in, and then some of the stories from the archive. Before we dive into that, we're gonna touch on a bunch of different things in the next 20 minutes, but I just want to note that terms like land management, land use, even surveying, these are not natural categories, right? These are political terms that serve a particular purpose. So in the American West, this is the water we swim in a lot of times when we think about land and maps. But it's not the only way you can think about land and mapping, in fact, itself. So over here at left, you'll see this is a contemporary work. This is the kind of thing that we collect in map libraries to complement a deep archive that reflects mostly Western, mostly colonial values. This is called Turtle Island Decolonized, and it's from the Decolonial Atlas. This is under a public license. You're welcome to go and download this and print a copy of it for yourself if you're interested. We also have one over at Branner. Okay, so you'll notice I didn't call this public land records. This is a little confusing, and a lot of people are familiar with the term public lands, right? Okay, so public lands are those that are where basically the American populace has some input in some capacity today in how they are managed, either through administrative agencies or through taxpayer dollars supporting efforts on those lands. but almost all of the entire American West was at one point federal land. So that means that this database that I'm talking about, the General Land Office Records database, includes all of the public lands that are public today and a lot more besides, okay? So here you can see what is managed in the subsurface mineral estate by the Bureau of Land Management. This is a kind of a hint to you of how much of the American West was managed at some point by the US federal government. Severed estate is a big topic. I'm happy to talk to anybody who wants to wonk out about it later. On the right here is a really amazing interactive digital article that came out from Reuters last year about public lands. I'm going to see if I can open it up for you just because it's a really beautiful piece. And there's some really amazing cartography going on to help people understand conflicts and contemporary issues on public lands. This, as I said, came out last year, and it has color-coded the managing agencies for surface land, map of the public lands in the United States as of 2025. We start here with Alaska, cruising down. Okay, these are all different agencies. It looks really good on the screen. I couldn't help it. I wanted to do it. Wow, it's just not the same as looking at it on a laptop. Bureau of Land Management. Nevada is about 80% public lands. Okay. And you see there's a little arrow over here. It says only about 8% of public lands are to the east of this. Okay. Cool. Texas, there's a little blip down here. Okay. Cool. Thanks for indulging me. How do I go back full screen? Just 11 again? Okay, perfect. Okay, so the Public Land Survey System is the logistical mechanism to facilitate all of this stuff. It is also often called the rectangular grid system or the rectangular survey system. It goes by a lot of different names. If you've ever looked at any kind of property records of any flavor, you'll see remnants of this. It was it started in 1785 officially at the request of one of our surveyor presidents. Which one? Anyone know? Washington was also a surveyor, but it was Jefferson, yeah. Also, Abe Lincoln had a brief stint as a surveyor as well, if people didn't know. So three surveyor presidents. This is the ordinance for ascertaining the mode of disposing of lands in the Western Territory. So disposal is the term that you'll see in a lot of government literature for moving things from the public domain into the private domain, often through grants, sometimes through sales. And there are a bunch of different mechanisms for this historically. We're not going to cover all of them. They include the Homestead Act, the Taylor Grazing Act, the railroad grants from which the beneficiaries include Stanford and his friends, right, and many others besides. At right, you can see a nice index of all of the regional baselines and meridians in California. It's mostly based on the Mount Diablo meridian, which has been the subject of previous lectures here at the California Map Society Conference. Okay, so this is helpful because if you want to find anything in public records, you have to understand why the data was collected the way it was. Oftentimes, it's not good enough to just drop a pin on the map and find all the things you want. It's still not set up that way. I wish the interface was more user-friendly, but it's not. Surveying is similar to map making in many respects, but a lot of the information that's encoded is different than what we're used to when we're looking at maps. So over here on the right is one of my favorite types of things. This is an example township plat at range 0 and meridian 0. It's township range and range 0. It's basically a sample of all of the different kinds of data values you can see on these things, so that you can decode them yourself. Here's a photo of Susan Semenza, who was the first woman to be hired at the BLM to work in rangeland conservation. This is linked out if you want to read it later. There's an article about her, and they said she's as good as any man. So I guess that was good enough in the 1960s. So when we, Here, okay. So one of the great, we're getting into the stories chapter here. So I've got these color coded on the left. We're starting with the Benson Syndicate. So anybody familiar with the Benson Syndicate? Okay, this is a really fun story. I'm going to keep it super brief. They were famously one of the folks who won a federal contract to perform surveying in the American West, especially across California, but large parts of Oregon as well. And it was basically, the whole thing was a hustle. So they would hire people to put in fake claims that they wanted to go homestead in areas. Then they would secure the contracts to perform the surveys in those areas. They would send out a few people to maybe kind of do some surveying. And then mostly what these are considered are barroom surveys. So that means they were sitting around and making up what should go on the survey. I'm starting with this story because what you'll find in this database is things of varying quality, right? These records were made by humans. And this is what it looks like when you go into the General Land Records database, okay? It's a long list of the different kinds of documents that you can find, some of which are scanned, ideally, many of which are not scanned. You can easily query by Benson himself and find all of his fraudulent surveys. They're all scanned. It's a real treat. And you can go and see if those areas have been resurveyed. Many of them have not, and it's a huge undertaking. At the time, I've highlighted some bits here, which may be hard to read in the back, but this is an article from 1905, so a contemporary article from when Benson was working. Here, given in this article, which is also linked if you're curious, are the details about how the government and the home seekers have been plundered. The career of John A. Benson, from his start as a land surveyor through his fraudulent titles, false measurements, his imaginative maps, to selling back government land stolen from it, is vividly presented. I do encourage it. It's a great read. Here he is. It says, the forced portrait shows him as he looks today, 1905, indicted scores of times, but never convicted. This is true. He was never convicted. He never served any of his time, neither did any of the government officials that they were paying off for this scheme. And the second, taken 30 years ago, shows him as he looked when he began his career of grafting. Okay. So how do you actually, if you wanted to find a particular land record for a particular place. This is usually what people want to do. They don't want to search by who performed the survey. You can go to a particular place. Okay, here is Dilles Beach. If you're not familiar with Dilles Beach, it is it's on the coast just north of Point Reyes. This is the point of Point Reyes here. Okay, and it's a small, basically unincorporated community in Marin County. Here on the master title plat, which I pulled from Glow Records, you can see let's see, this is a pointer, yeah, okay. Marin and Sonoma County line, which goes up this estero. And there's another estero here, Arroyo San Antonio. And you'll notice some interesting things on this master title plat, okay? There's a grid down here, and there's no grid up here. What's going on? This is up above is a land grant. So this is the Swiss cheese you'll see in the American West. These are pre-existing claims, things that never came into the public domain because they were ranchos that were recognized after the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. So basically the US federal government said, those are private lands. They never surveyed them. They surveyed around them. So the grid you're seeing down below, those were public lands. And above is the Blucher Rancho. You can find all the ranchos, all their diseños, all those records have been digitized by Berkeley beautifully. And there's some really amazing tools to help you find them online. So if you wanted to find a particular piece of information for one of these plots down here, let's see, you wanted to see a little bit about this one here I have highlighted in yellow. You have to look up, it's a land description. So a legal land description you'll have seen probably in assessor's office papers as well. It'll have a township, it'll have a range, oftentimes it'll have other types of measurements. In the Bureau of Land Management system, and historically the General Land Office records, they'll often have sections, subparts of sections. The section looms very large in American history. So in this gridded system, each section is 1 mile by 1 mile, okay? One township is 6 miles by 6 miles. So each section is 360 acres, and a quarter of that, no, I'm doing my math wrong here. Yeah, backing up. A quarter of a section is 40 acres. Okay, here we go. That's why, which is significant, of course, in American history because of many empty promises like 40 acres and a mule. Other terms like the back 40 come from this. Okay, so there's variability across the gridded system, but when you see the checkerboard country in Oregon where things have been logged, when you see grids in the Midwest that are neatly aligned, this is all the township and range system. So if we want to take it back and we want to find the original survey, it's also on Glow Records. This is a really beautiful example of one of these. It's from 1865, and the field notes have been scanned as well. Okay, so this means that you have the actual signed copies of the folks who went out and performed this survey. There's some really amazing, valuable ecological information as well as anthropological information that is buried in these records. So notes like the rate of the land, that means how suitable it was for agriculture. You see this directly turn into things like the Williamson Act in California, right? How suitable is it for agriculture? Should it be set aside to be used only for agricultural purposes in perpetuity? Things like springs, cemeteries, and much else besides. So over on the right, you can see, why is Dillon Beach named Dillon Beach? Here is the claim of George Dillon, which is roughly in that same area that I was showing you before. Now, there's an interesting thing happening here, and I won't belabor it. Up above, you can see is the Blucher Rancho, so it was never surveyed by the federal government. It's a pre-existing claim, right? Rancho. Down below, it's been surveyed, but there are already, at the time of the survey, this is the first federal map of this area. At the time of the survey, there are people living there. Right? And you can see their property boundaries. What is going on? They're squatters, right? They are living on this property without having purchased it from the federal government. And after doing some digging, I discovered that in 1864, they were granted the right to preemption. So that means that Congress passed an act specifically for these folks. The settlers, upon said Rancho Bolsa de Tamales, could enter in at $1.25 per acre to purchase the land that they'd been squatting on from the US federal government. So over on the right here, you can see the deed for George Dillon, the one that I had highlighted. George Dillon of Dillon Beach. Him and his friends, and there's a reason that they are all co-listed. It's because their property that they were squatting on didn't match the survey system. So they just kind of lumped them all together and threw them on a bunch of sort of random patents. Every patent for a piece of property sold from the federal government to a private individual was signed by the president up until the 1930s. So at the bottom there, you can see Andrew Johnson, his scribble. Okay, so the Rancho Bolsa de Tamales, this is not a U.S. land record other than it's been archived by Berkeley, but this is an original document scanned in. It's the map of the Rancho Bolsa de Tamales. So this was considered a rancho, but the U.S. Supreme Court threw it out. They considered this a fraudulent rancho, and then basically once they threw that out, people went and squatted on it. And then they got to buy the property at rock bottom prices, essentially. Over at right is a map from Rumsey Map Center collection. And you can actually see, this is from a little bit later, 1892. You can see actually the property ownership is marked in here as well. And at that time, many of the ranchos had already been parceled out. These kinds of resources are really valuable because oftentimes you need to know which rancho it was on originally, so you can find the original rancho documents and related surveys. Okay. So today, you might be wondering what's going on there. Here's Dillon Beach, the town of it, and this big parcel here was for sale up until 2024. It was sold to Western Rivers Conservancy in 2024 and deeded to the Federated Indians of Graton Rancheria. Chairman Greg Saris is a Stanford grad, and he has made public statements about this. It's well worth reading up on. The parcel is about 466 acres. It's not the largest land back in California, but it's one of the largest, and it's one of the largest recent ones. So this property now in between the town and that estero is back in native management. Very interesting. Okay. So we're going to end on one last story, and this is a recent one that came to me from a fellow here in the journalism program from the night school. Her name is Allison Herrera. I hope she's tuned in online. She is in San Luis Obispo County today, I believe. That's where she hails from, Salinan tribe, and she is a reporter. She's worked for American Public Media and a number of other places. And in her tenure here at Stanford, she's been working a lot on sort of the intersection between the legal work she does, documenting a lot of land rights issues and the history of land tenure for different Native communities, and her own personal genealogy. So these are some of her ancestors. This is Anna. She was kind enough to send me these photos to share with you. This is Anna Herrera at left, her grandmother. In the middle is Maria Severina Rosas. This is her great-great-grandmother, so her grandmother's grandmother. And at right, Celestina Forsting, her great-grandmother. I'm not sure the date of this. I think it's early 1900s. And this is their home on Toro Creek. This is in San Luis Obispo County. Undated, I think, again, early 1900s. There's contemporary coverage of an issue that her family was going through at this time. This is from 1929. Legal technicalities to drive these unfortunate California natives from the only home they have ever known. This is an op-ed that went out in a local paper. The residents of Toro Creek have been lifelong friends of the native folks, and here we have, they were born on this very plot of ground and have always lived here. They note here at the bottom that they live in a little adobe on Toro Creek. And so she reached out to me because she had found the decennial, because of Berkeley's amazing interactive map where you can go and find all of the historic decennios. And she was curious, how do I know that the decennial is covering the area that my family lived in? Like, what are the other related property records? And she had already gone to the county assessor's office in San Luis Obispo County. Many county assessors have not made anything digital, so she has already done all the work. And she said, I'm just wondering if there's anything else, because she's trying to understand these lawsuits in between local ranchers and her family to basically in the early 1900s to kick them off of the land that they'd always known. And I said, well, why don't we look in Glow records? And here we have it, the plat that covers Toro Creek, her family's land, from 1871. This is the earliest map we could find from the federal government of this area. And upper right, you can actually see this is the part of the Asuncion Rancho, the decennial that she had found. And I've zoomed in here so you can see it, but hopefully you can read this. It says Indian hut here. We're not certain, but this may very well be her family's adobe that is in those records. And sorry, I stepped away from the mic, folks. When she and I pulled this map up, I have to say it did something to both of us. So I think this is one of the things that is hard to underscore to people who don't already love maps, right? But they can connect you across space and time to stories that you've never seen yourself reflected in the archive. So with that, I'm going to show you two more amazing maps from Glow Records. This is Red Rock Island. It's in the middle of San Francisco Bay. It's the only private island in San Francisco Bay. It was for sale. I don't remember if it's still for sale. It goes up for sale periodically because it's an administrative nightmare to try and build anything on this. Everybody thinks, oh, I want a private island in San Francisco Bay. Turns out it exists because of the survey at the intersection of 3 counties. Okay, so it is the survey point for the counties. Oops. And thereby an administrative nightmare. This little island was mined at one point for fertilizer. It's often called Molate in the historic records, as you can see at right. And this is just a really beautiful plat. You can see they've got the salt marshes, they've got the Presidio Rancho on there, and much else besides. There's Point Richmond, So I encourage you to go and check out this resource. I have some links here for you if you want to find these slides, a tutorial that I've created, and there's also a public LibGuide that you can find that has a lot more. So I invite you to check these out, and do reach out if you have questions about any of the things that I've showed today. Okay.
Is this the Turtle Island near China Camp?
Near China Camp. Turtle Island near China Camp. I don't know.
In Marin. We walked that island. It's a wonderful walk.
No. This one is, Good question. No, this is Red Rock Island, and it's basically just off of Point Richmond in the middle of San Francisco Bay.
Because you showed Turtle Island.
Turtle Island. Okay, yeah, that is the map that I showed at the very beginning called Turtle Island. This is a good question. So Turtle Island is it's basically a pan-indigenous term used for what is called North America. It's a general term for North America itself. So thank you for asking. Yeah.
All right, so we've got a couple in Zoom. Some
Yes,
good
please.
questions. I'm just going to read the first one here. Could you explain a little bit about Indian boundaries, such as in southeastern Illinois, where the township range borders are askew? And I didn't realize that the word Indian was in there before. I was thinking that this person was asking about boundaries sort of staggering a little bit, which I think maybe some people are familiar with. Zoe, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, I'm happy to.
Okay.
Oh, the history of surveying is so fun, and it's so wonky. Okay, so actually, if we go back here to I didn't get into this, but my little outline at the beginning is also ordered bostraphodonical, which means it goes this way, right? Bostraphodonical. Oh. Yeah, I can. B-O-U. Look it up. It's really cool. One of the interesting things, so they're ordered this way, snake-wise. It comes from the Greek as the ox plows, and it's made so that people could walk the land and actually perform the survey, right? So you survey the outside, and then once you want to survey the sections, you go 1, 2, 3, 4. It's so that you can walk it all, right? It's convenient logistically on the ground. So with this, there's an interesting artifact that comes from this, though, because you always start in the northeast corner of a survey section. If there are problems, if the person who surveyed the other sections, if the main thing is off a little bit, when you get to the left, you're always going to see the errors on the left side of the survey, which is usually the west side, right? So there's like accommodations that have to be made, and you'll see this in a lot of places. So things get off in many regions. It's partly because also there wasn't a lot of concordance between baselines and meridians historically, but this is also something that you'll see even within its own section, that things kind of get clogged up. It's like when you're writing and you don't quite leave enough room for the last letters. This happened physically on the ground, people performing the surveys. It's a fun artifact. So the 40 acres thing almost never actually happens in practice. Very few sections are actually 1 mile by 1 mile. Good questions. What else?
Another one back here.
In the 1840s, there was a thing called the Preemption Act, which meant you could get the land before the survey. How did they go from there?
Yeah, this term preemption, yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about essentially the squatters. Yeah, when the General Land Office was incorporated, which is 1812, basically the public land survey system started 1785. They didn't start the General Land Office until 1812. They basically realized, oh, we need an administrative body to manage all these records. And that's what the BLM has inherited today. That's what led to this database being created. And one of the things that happens is they basically they didn't actually have enough administrators to necessarily perform all of the duties that they needed to. So they perform these surveys, and oftentimes there's people there, and it's administratively lower overhead to just build people in who are already living on the land into those surveys. But let's be very clear, that does not include Native people, right? So this is only really for white people, and they can and were often granted in specific parcels grants of preemption by Congress, but it's parcel by parcel in a really interesting way, and you can find all of these in the archive of Library of Congress.
Yeah, I had a question. So I might have missed it, but I think you spoke briefly about fraudulent ranchos that were people used to get larger claims. Can you speak a little bit more about that?
Yes. Here, this is we've got the Blucher Rancho, which was recognized after the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Above, you can see that was not surveyed by the U.S. federal government because they recognized the pre-existing claim of the rancho on that land. Then we have the squatters below, who then they got to purchase the land through that right of preemption granted by Congress. The Rancho Bolsa de Tamales is not the only allegedly fraudulent rancho in California. And there's been much written about this. I'm not a great expert, but here, if you can see on the left, this plat, it's really unclear to me, having read all of the documents, whether it was fraudulent or not. It was probably a rancho, but it wasn't being worked. So this is one of those terms that you'll see, right? Like land use, right? The federal government was interested in people using the land. They wanted to dispose of the resources on the land. That's what this system is set up to do. And so there was a bar that people had to clear. It wasn't enough to just have a historic claim to a rancho. You had to actually have been using it. It couldn't just be a paper claim. And I believe that that's why Tamales was thrown out. But you see its name born in Tamales Bay today, which is cool. Yeah.
Hi. I've always wanted to be able to fully visualize. You had that map of all the areas that were once federal land or like possibly eligible to federal land. I've always wanted to see something that would be like a time lapse of how all that land was assigned to private use and patented and whatnot. Is there something that comes as close as possible to something like a single source where you could see all of that happen in like in a big time lapse or something like that? Or do you still have to piece that together from all these different sources and stuff like that? Or does it already exist? I don't know.
There's a map, I think, there's an online map related to this book called The Invasion of America that does exactly that. It is the corollary, right? It is the loss of native land, right? And people have made, this is from Unworthy Republic. These are related publications that both worth reading. There is a timeline here. Manipulate time. And this is, it's playing right now, I think. But you can use the time slider to see native land change from indigenous management to public land management and then back out into private ownership through these sales like the Homestead Act. So I'm having a hard time navigating it, but this is a really worthwhile resource. I encourage you, and the book that it accompanies, or Unworthy Republic, is a great read as well. So yes, it's been done, and there are other ways to show this, but yeah, it's the same question flipped, right? Yeah.
Cool.
Heiko, here you go, Heiko.
Yeah, I think that this is a very important story because it's also about dispossession, and so Zoe was very careful, but those rancho land grants are kind of interesting because, of course, it took a long time to get title to the land if you were the holder of a rancho land grant, and a lot of people were dispossessed, so we have to kind of think about people holding title to areas that were like incredibly valuable, like next to San Francisco, like a rancho land grant right there, that would have made a person normally rich, but a lot of people never really saw that title, they never really benefited from it. They were, in practice, they were dispossessed, So this was a huge transfer of wealth from people that were not able to benefit from titles to land that they had. And so also to think about this, from the very beginning. So the 1785, the Congress was faced with financial difficulties. There were these huge debts that Congress had after the Revolutionary War. And so the surveying of the public lands obviously turned the land into a commodity, a tradable thing. And so people were able to buy and sell land. And this helped the federal government to clear out of the debt. So in the 1830s, 33% of the income of the US government came from land grants. And so dispossession was built into this from the very beginning. US government counted on dispossessing people like Native Americans and the Mexican population in California. This was like systemic. It was not like an accident. Dispossession was meant to be.
Well, thank you, Heiko. And I should step off so we have time
Can-
for our next speaker.
Can I just say one thing? There's a
Yes.
bunch of questions for you in the Zoom chat, which
Okay.
maybe we can connect with. You can type the answers in or
I'm happy
share
to. Mm-hmm.
links, but you've been very popular on Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
That was excellent, Zoe. Thank you. I'm going to introduce our next speaker very quickly so we can get going. Edward Lanfranco, while starting to catalog his personal collection of Beijing last year, sinologist, that's a person with an interest in China, Edward Lanfranco stumbled upon a noteworthy subsection of his holdings devoted to one particular place, and that was the Chinese capital of Peking, its world-renowned Palace Museum. This is a follow-up to an essay on the subject published just recently in the last month in our magazine, Calafia. You're on, Ed.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Forbidden City Cartography, One American's Gugongology. Okay, Gugongology, and there we go. So, quick show of hands. How many people here have actually been to the Forbidden City for either business or pleasure? So you're all experts. Excellent. That helps a lot because I'm not going to be talking about the size of the palace or any of the emperors or empresses or much on that. This is about maps. And the other thing is, as a follow-up, how many of you have had a chance to read the article yet? Okay, well, it's online and it's in print and I highly recommend it. Okay, so as was mentioned earlier, I've got at least 300 flat maps of Beijing, probably more. I haven't counted them yet, going as far back as 1655 and as far forward as the 2010s. I think it's like 2012. I left Beijing in 2009 after living there for 20 years. So the next thing is a better explanation. And up at the top it says Gugong Shui Gun Megoren Tese. And that means old palace studies with American characteristics. Here's the American. So Gugongology is a neologism, and it combines Pinyin and Greek in Romanized letters. So if you've ever heard somebody say, it sounds like Greek or it sounds like Chinese, you put it together and you get Gugongology. And it literally means old palace studies. That's Gugong Shui. And then Megotose, that's me. So a cartobibliography is defined as the systematic description, cataloging, and historical analysis of maps. I need 24 hours, not 25 minutes to do this really justice, so I'm going to be going through pretty fast. And the other thing I have to mention is that middle point, that today's talk is an inkling of what undiagnosed OCD Beijing looks like, turning a crazy collection of maps and other relevant items on a topic I'd long ignored into a semi-professional historian of the Chinese capital, into something interesting, by which I mean, I went to the Forbidden City because I lived in Beijing for 20 years, over a dozen times, but I'm not a monarchist, and the kings and queens and emperors and empresses, that wasn't my bag. And once you read the magazine, you'll understand more of what I was into. Instead of the Forbidden City, I liked the Forgotten City, the places that were being wiped out at the time. So this is the first citation. This is the first citation of great. Right there it is. Gugongology, in case you thought I was making that up, because it's really not nasty, but difficult word, ugly looking word as far as I'm concerned. And it's kind of a tongue twister, Gugongology. But that's the first example of it. And the book itself that it's in, that Palace Museum, is done by the authorities of the Palace Museum. And if you ever wanted to be an armchair traveler or geographer, that's the book. So there are three things basically that Gugongology, or I'm just going to use Gugongshui. There's three basic areas of study. There is and I put them as the three B's. The first one is bios. It's the people that were in the palace. And you can see up here, the man who built it on the left in the Ming Dynasty. The book that's in Chinese is by the sociopath, Jiajing Emperor. I could get into him, but no time. But he was a nutter. And then the man who collected the most treasures within the Forbidden City and was at Beijing at its height. And then, of course, the Dowager Empress. But there were other figures, such as the eunuchs. And then there are multiple books with the stories inside the Forbidden City. So if you like palace people, that's a smattering of it. If you're into architecture, which is the second main group of palace studies, here's a small smattering of the books and the photography that's available. One sec. That map that I just pointed to with the pyramid on it, we'll be getting back to that at the end. So I want you to just remember that one. No. Minor heart attack. And so you've got bios, and then you've got buildings, and then what I call bling, Beijing bling, which is the treasures of the palace. There was gold, there were furs, there were cloisonné, carved jade, a wide variety of treasures from around the empire ended up in the Forbidden City because the emperor would just say, "Oh, I like that. It's yours." So these are all publications done by the Forbidden City itself, with books, with snuff bottles, with blue porcelain, with other types of porcelain on the bottom there. And those are hairpins. That's the bling, some of the bling. Okay, briefly, here's some of the major events. I break down the Forbidden City into two sections. One is when it was an imperial palace, roughly from 1420 to 1924. And then the present period when it was the Palace Museum, when it became the Gugong. So in the first part, it was built, as I said, by that one man in between 1406 and 1420. And in the article, I described the various woods and the massive amount of labor that went into building this thing. It was completed in 1420. In 1421, there was a lightning strike, and all of that labor and several of the key buildings was burnt down. And then I mentioned Jiajing. So when you look at this list, what you see in parentheses are some of the problems that caused damage within the palace. Lightning, earthquakes, alcohol, in the Ming Dynasty. Then in 1644, everybody goes and sees the palace and think, "Oh, this is the place that Yongle built." No. In 1644, there was a peasant uprising, actually for 20 years leading up to 1644. There were peasant uprisings. And when Li Zicheng took the city in 1644 and ruled as emperor for his own dynasty for about 40 days, when the Qing army, the Manchus, were coming in, they decided to burn the place down. And so it took 50 years to rebuild according to the old plans by first by the founder of the first emperor of the dynasty, Shunzhi, and then his grandson, Kangxi, the first of the three great emperors during the Manchu reign. It took about 50 years for them to get it all built. And in the meantime, there's kitchen fires and there's all kinds of fires. Qianlong, that guy that was at the bottom in that slide of figures, was one of the great rebuilders of the palace. And one of the things I want to briefly look at are some of the other close calls. So it was burnt to the ground in 1644, and there have been several close calls since. The Second Opium War, the Boxers, and then what happened in the terms of abdication in 1911. So one of the questions I asked while doing this in writing for this on this topic was, what is the oldest map of the Forbidden City? And I still don't have an answer. What you see here is a reproduction. It's the only one that I have. Well, I take that back. It's one of the few that was reproduced in the 1980s. This is a box set from this box set showing the Forbidden City. This is the one. This is the only map of the Forbidden City itself, and it's a reproduction from the Tianqi Emperor in 1626. And the only reason this exists is that in 1626, there was a munitions explosion just outside of Beijing, less than 2 miles away, and it killed 20,000 people. The shock wave and the fire and the debris killed 20,000 people, including the emperor's only son. So in the records of that disaster, which survived, they were able to recreate a map of the Forbidden City from Ming times. Otherwise, you can see a Chinese interpretation of maps in the Calafia article that's in the British Museum. So here, I'm going to try and use this again. Is this okay? Good. Here is the Forbidden City. Look at the details. It's blank. Now, this, in my research, I was trying to find the oldest map of the city. This one is also in the British Museum. It perhaps dates between 1747 and 1776. Now, these red lines, or this line here, is important because that is the imperial city. And the very last slide that you'll see why this is important to know the different types of city that you're looking at. But here we go, it's a blank. I'm drawing blanks on finding the Ming. I need 3 hands. What the oldest map that I have is a reproduction, and I've kind of stitched it together here. And this is 18 pages. If I put this thing together, all the sheets, it would be bigger than this. And in 1935, in the Forbidden City, they found the Qianlong 1750 map. As far as I've been able to find thus far, this is the oldest map containing the Forbidden City. Doesn't mean that it is, but it's as close as I've been able to find thus far. So it was reproduced because the Japanese wanted a copy of it in 1940 for reasons you'll soon see. And it was reproduced again in 1995, and I bought it in Beijing at that time. Box set. So, as a collector with OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, I look for people like me in the pursuit of Beijing. And I found one here in Nikita Bichurin. He was the head of the Orthodox Church in Beijing. They had a mission since the late 1690s after they had captured Russian troops, brought them back to Beijing and established a church for their spiritual needs. Well, he was one of the archimandrites of the church between 1807 and 1821. And when I say that he was a colorful character, he liked to drink, he liked to smoke, and he liked to womanize. And the reason he was booted out of the mission was 2 of his two of his students drank themselves to death, and that was the last straw. So he was defrocked, and he was taken to a Russian, an Orthodox monastery and put in solitary. But apparently, allegedly, he was able to take with him 8,000 kilos of materials, Chinese materials, gazetteers, various things. And he started publishing various reports, and it so impressed the Tsarist government that they ended up pardoning him. And he worked for the Russian government on Chinese issues, and he also established the Russian School of Sinology. So here's the first close call, and this is a picture of the Leader Atlas from 1863, and you can find this here in the Rumsey, the whole book. I've just got one page, but the page is from the Second Opium War, the campaign leading up here to Beijing, and this other one here is from the Harper's Weekly for November 10th. This is the Xianfeng Emperor, and who was fleeing the city as the French and British approached. And this was the news of the day outside of the Civil War in 1860, and it came with the map. So I was able to get a copy of that. And what's important here is a close-up. So in 1860, there was a flag of truce that was violated by a Mongolian general in the Manchu army, and several British soldiers and envoys were taken prisoner. One was beheaded. Actually, one Brit was beheaded, as were all the Indians in the guard being beheaded. And so to take revenge, the French and the British decided they were going to burn something down. The French wanted to burn down the Forbidden City. The eighth Lord of Elgin. You've heard of the Elgin marbles? That Elgin's son, it was the one responsible for the destruction of the Yuanming Yuan, which was just outside of Beijing. This is when it was still on the map, apparently, but this place was wiped out. It could have gone the other way. It could have been the Forbidden City in Beijing. The other one's just a nice close-up from the Harper's magazine. The second close call, and these are two books from a British description of the expedition in 1900 to relieve the Boxer Siege. And it's really hard to tell, but it shows where the various French army, Japanese army, Russian army, etc., the 8 Allied powers when they occupied Beijing in 1900, including the Forbidden City. And this is from one of the leading experts, an American, W.A.P. Martin, and from his memoir, he was trapped in Beijing. And so in his book, there were a couple of maps. So in my collection, the oldest guidebook that I have in English, it's in better shape than what these pictures indicate, I promise you, is from 1909. And it was by Emil Fischer, who went by the Chinese name Fei Shi. It's the second oldest guidebook in English, but it's the oldest one with the map in it. He was a banker turned travel writer. Don't know if he actually got to visit the city in 1909 because it was still pretty much shut off after the return of the Dowager Empress, but he describes parts of the palace in 1900 from an account when it was marched through. So these are some of the events during the Palace Museum period. The Xinhai Revolution is when the end of the Manchus started. In 1912, as part of the terms, Puyi, the last emperor, as you may better know him, got to keep the residences in the northern part of the Forbidden City, but the southern part was made public. And then on the third National Day, the first Palace Museum was opened in 1914, 11 years ahead of the official recognized Palace Museum. And then, let's see, the first phase of the museum was emphasis on the artifacts. Beijing was occupied in 1937 and 1945 by the Japanese, and then the Palace Museum era under Mao. He was responsible largely for the destruction of Beijing, the city, but not the palace. In August 1966, there's a great map over here of the period. The Forbidden City was closed for 5 years, so the Red Guards couldn't get inside. It was reopened to the public in 71, and then down here, I call it the Gugong Kashgao era, Deng Xiaoping and since then. And so, I better hurry. Okay, I'm gonna skip this. Basically, this is the dishonest broker who made all these negotiated terms with the Qing but didn't honor them. Here he is in 1913 trying to become the emperor. And there's a map of the first museums. Okay, and now a lot of the maps that I have are in guidebooks. I collect all things Beijing. And so here's the Cook's guidebook. And then here's the man that threw Puyi out of the Forbidden City. And that's the great story of the Forbidden City by Reginald Johnston. Anybody seen the movie Last Emperor? It's based on this book in parts. So I have to pay homage to Julia Breeden, the midwife of the Lanfranco Library collection of all things Beijing. And here's the 1922 version of her book. Here's the 1982 reprint, which was the first one that was my gateway drug. And then these are subsequent books by her that I also have. But there's an OCD alert. I had taken the map out of the 82 edition, and I can't find it. No. So, Palace Museum tourism began in the mid-20s. Here's a book from 1930, Guide to Peking. And the guy Grover Clark was an American, very interesting character, involved in famine relief and journalism and coverage of Chinese events. In the mid-1930s, things pick up a little bit. This is the book from Johnston's Forbidden City book, The Twilight of the Forbidden City. He made it himself. And this one is from another standard guidebook of the period, In Search of Old Peking by Arlington and Lewison. Here's a Japanese guidebook from their time, occupying Beijing. It was printed in 1941, and the Japanese really liked the Forbidden City, with over 40 pages of text plus photos of the courtyards, courts, central axis, and the museums. Here is a really lovely picture from a Japanese dominated publication, also from 1941. And you get a nice little map of the Forbidden City right here. After the Japanese surrender in 1945, first the KMT, the Kuomintang forces, rushed to Beijing to disarm the Japanese before Mao and his minions could do so. And they came up with the guidebook for the American soldiers that were supporting them. And here's one done by the US Marines and the Red Cross shortly after that. And this woman here, if nothing else today, go and look up Princess Rongling. She was led a very interesting life and had a tragic death. That was a Beijing person worth checking out that I discovered in the process of the maps. So here's the third close call. The communist forces took Beijing in January 1945 without a shot. The city was captured intact. So unlike 1644, the city was taken without a shot, basically. One of the things was the communists wanted to build a new society, a new China. And there were plans, there was a lot of talk of destroying the Forbidden City, especially from number 2 Liu Shaoqi and the mayor Peng Zhen. But Mao had other ideas, and I just want to briefly show you that, okay, this is Tiananmen, right? And behind Tiananmen is the Forbidden City. Look at where Mao is standing. He's standing within the Forbidden City making his decisions. And his decision was, I like it, we're going to keep it. So in the 50s, there were guidebooks. Here's the same guidebook in Chinese, English, and in German. And here are maps of the Forbidden City from that, same 3 languages. Here's a book from 1957 also, a tourist guidebook with the Forbidden City. Here is a bird's eye panorama. Forbidden City's right here. And now here's something that's you don't usually see. This is a topo from a topo map series in the early 60s, published in 64, surveyed in 61. In this sheet, this is the Forbidden City, and over here is the Forbidden City. They cut it up into 2 sheets in order for this topo map. And I actually have maps from the Palace Museum. I'm not sure exactly where they were, because, when they were, because they're not dated, but by virtue of the quality of the paper and the use of traditional characters, I put this to the mid to early 50s, and this one, because of its bad paper, to the late 50s or early 60s, when things were pretty tough. Okay. All right, so through the 60s, I have different narratives. The Forbidden City was closed because this would have been its fate. When it reopened, here's the map done by Mao in 71, the French in 71, and then Fodor's in 72. And then in the 80s, maps started ramping up with new technologies. So here's a variety of guidebooks, all have maps of the Forbidden City in them, and new technologies such as aerial technology to show the city. Here we are in the 1990s. The books are proliferating, and like up until the 1940s, expatriates started to put out different guides to Beijing, which include the Forbidden City maps. Now this one, Finger Looking Gugong, is a flat sheet that I collected in the 90s, and it's got the history of the KFC, and there's the Palace Museum, because I collected not only normal maps, this is ephemera. This is just a map that was a placemat at KFC, but it's a map, and it shows the Finger Licking Gugong. In the millennium after 2000, huge proliferation of guidebooks. This is all by one company. I'm in that book, and I'm in that book. There'll be a test later. And so there's a variety of sources on maps. This is from the Beijing Olympics, and right here is the Forbidden City. And in a straight line, you see up to where the Olympic Green was. And what's interesting about that is that the architectural firm that helped plan this was the son of Hitler's architect, Speer. It was the Speer group that helped plan that out. And then I like to talk about Beijing as a dartboard and concentric circles. You know, second ring, third ring, fourth ring. These are major highways around the city. And right here is approximately the center of this map, which is not Tiananmen Square, but the Gugong. And now my last slide. Today's presentation is dedicated to Frank Dorn, who was born 125 years ago next week. And Dorn is in my article, and he was a chef. There's his cookbook. He was a painter. This is a brochure from his 1954 exhibition. He was a warrior, and he was a cartographer of the Forbidden City. I've gone over my time. Thanks. And if you have questions, ask me later, I suppose.
Thank you very much, Ed. We don't have time for questions, but yeah, ask Ed later. Okay. Let's see here. Where are my notes?
All right. My name's Christina Larson. I'm the Associate Curator here at the Map Center, and I am delighted to be able to introduce our next presenter. One of the things that I do here at the center is help manage the student exhibition competition program, which is generously co-sponsored by all of you. This is an annual competition that we run. This year is the 4th year. The 4th exhibition is up right now. We have our 5th call for entries open at the moment. The competition's open to any students in graduate or undergraduate programs in the United States. There's a QR code by the front door if you are one of those kind of students or if you know one and you'd like to pass the information along. They have until the end of next week to apply, but it's a very low barrier to entry. So that said, our 4th annual winner of the competition is Jayne Kilander. Jayne is currently enrolled at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee and is both in the Library and Information Science program and Urban Studies program. She is also interning at the American Geographical Society Library, so she is one of us. And I am very happy to introduce her. Please join me in welcoming her to the podium.
Hi, everybody. Like Christina said, my name is Jayne. I just want to give a quick shout out and thank you to everyone at the Rumsey Map Center for helping me so much, not only with the information in this presentation, but also the beautiful exhibit around us. So you don't feel like you have to look at me the whole time if you're here in person. Please look at the maps I have on screen to the side of me as well. So I will get started. The title of this exhibit and my presentation is You Are Here, Transit Cartography and Spatial Identity. So that's kind of like a mouthful, but we will get into it and I will explain what I mean by all of those words. So the first section, which if you're in the room with us, is just gonna be back behind the desk right there. And the maps will be up here, so don't feel like you have to look. But it's called First Steps in Transit Cartography. So before kind of what I get into in the rest of the presentation, there were transit systems, before kind of this universal map was created. And this is an example of the Paris bus system and schedule. And as you can tell by the fact that it's ginormous and still nobody can read it, it is not very useful for the average person trying to travel and use the bus system. You can see that there's color in the water, but that's about it. There's no color coding, very hard to read for the person trying to navigate the city. This is another example from London. This one's from 1885. We do have some iconography in this map, which is awesome, like a circle to notify a stop, but also very difficult to read. The base map underneath the information that they're trying to convey is very complicated, and you can see every road even if you would not go there on the underground or a bus, so it's hard to navigate. And then my third map that I'm highlighting for this presentation in this section is this map of the Great Qing Dynasty routes. It's actually from a Japanese atlas, but this map demonstrates kind of other ways people were mapping transit and travel and trade before kind of dominant European and Western ideas of transit mapping were created. So this map highlights trade routes. It has stops and interchanges and different symbols, which are all really awesome. And this is from 1857, so about 80 years before the maps I will talk about in the next section, which is pretty cool. It also shows a regional and national conception of transit and trade networks, which is pretty cool and will be brought up again as a theme later. I will talk about that. So the second section of the exhibit, as well as presentation, is about Henry Charles Beck and his underground map of London. So this is not by Beck. This is by Johnson, Riddle and Company in 1908. So as the underground system began to develop and as more people began to move to London and cities more broadly after World War I, the transit system began to expand as more people needed to be moved around, and so did mapping practices regarding transit. So this map is very overlapping, I will say. The lines are color-coded, which is a really big jump from the first map of London that I showed. New forms of map making like lithography and color lithography are being developed. So maps are able to be more colorful and mass produced as well. You can see in the background the base map is kind of faded, so it's not as prominent as that other one, and you can see the lines more easily. I'll also point, if you are here in person, this section takes up a very small amount of case space. These are all pocket-sized maps, so it looks very big up here, but this was meant to be used in your pocket. So this is a step in the right direction, right? It's easier to use than the previous one, the 1906 one, but this one is not as prolific as this map, which is Henry Charles Beck's 1933 first edition map of the London Underground. It's very recognizable as the City of London, and the map itself has taken on a life of its own. Notably, the only geographic information on it is the River Thames in the bottom here. So that is what will orient the rider to where they are above ground. However, the only things that the users needed to know was what their stop was and where to change. So when riding the underground, someone would be able to pull this out of their pocket, and even though the streets would not be shown, the stops and the interchanges and the information that is crucial to them would be easily identifiable. And because of the 90 degree, 45 degree, and horizontal and vertical angles, it's very easy to read and navigate. This is another example of Beck's, a later example of Beck's cartography. This is from 1947. I chose this one because it demonstrates kind of the ways that London is evolving and how that shows up through transit cartography. So as Beck is developing what I call this cartographic language, transit cartographic language, the symbols that he's using evolve as the transit system in the city does as well. So you can see down at the bottom here, lines under construction, lines to be electrified. After World War II, a lot of the underground was being rebuilt or updated or expanded as people moved back to the city. And the maps that had this kind of universal language that have become prolific in the city were also used to reflect that change and that growth too. Okay, so as this symbol of the City of London, the metropole of the British Empire, and as Beck's maps became more prolific in the world as a whole, transit cartography became a symbol of not only the British Empire, but a lot of European empires across the globe. So this map, which is, upon first glance, you might not recognize it as a transit map, but yes, this is over in this section as well. This map is a map of London's underground to Wembley, and it was commissioned for the British Empire exhibit at Wembley in 1924. It was actually commissioned by one of the line owners of the underground. So it was commissioned by transit to encourage people to take transit to this exhibition. I'd encourage everyone on the break to go look up close at this map. There are so many details to look at. But what I really want to point out with this map is that the map highlights imperial holdings of the British Empire and the people that live in those colonies as part of the exhibit in direct contrast to the progress of the underground. Here we see resources like coal being transported with rail, but you can also see people over there. And then in this bigger scale in the corner, I'm not sure if everybody can see this, there's double-decker buses as well. So this map places transit at the foreground of the British Empire and uses it as a symbol of progress. And as a way to kind of elevate London and the metropole above the colonies, if you will. And so this language of transit as progress and the use of a transit map as promotion of really imperial and racist, frankly, depictions of people kind of shows how the British Empire is implicated in this history of transit cartography. Another way is through these maps of imperial airways. So imperial airways was centered in London. They have a couple of promotional maps that use this kind of same language as Henry Charles Beck's map. So you can see here 45-degree angles, vertical angles, stops, and it's on this map as well, this kind of angular lines and language. But the use of this in kind of the global context, not for really any transit purpose, for navigational purpose at all, kind of signifies how London is connected to the rest of the British Empire through this transit, through the air, I guess, but using this similar language connects the British Empire and foregrounds the British Empire, again, through transit, through this language of transit, like it did in the Underground to Wembley map as well. This map in particular, kind of similar to Beck's map, erases the base map of all of the countries not in the British Empire. So even though the airline goes those places, kind of the artistic liberties taken in this map using other cartographic tools. They use the cartographic language of Beck's transit map as well as erasing other places from the map as well to foreground, and then I have this zoomed up, to foreground the empire. Here we see geography just taken completely out of the equation. This is sort of relevant to where they are on the map, not really at all. They have stops and line keys here as well, kind of echoing transit maps of London. So my fourth section here is national and regional conceptions of transit. So the first kind of deep dive I'm going to do in this section is on the Moscow Metro. So this is from a pamphlet advertising for tourists. The Moscow Metro, I'll point out, not a single subway in the world can be compared to the Moscow Metro in beauty and finish of its stations. So this is again an example of transit being used as progress in this kind of age of the Cold War and kind of beyond. So nations were using transit and transit systems as well as transit maps to show how progressive they were, how sophisticated they were. This is so the photo is not blown up, very good quality. I tried to get a better one, so my apologies. This is available on the American Geographical Society Library digital collection. But this is a photo of a transit map in Moscow in between 1950 and 70. It's undated. But you can see how this transit map and relates to this pamphlet. The kind of language of transit cartography, no base map on here. This is meant for utilitarian purposes, not as much promotional, but they work together to create a vision of the Moscow transit system that is far beyond what the rest of the world can even imagine, in their words. This is a map of Beijing after the Cultural Revolution. So this is an important map to discuss how transit mapping can be a legitimizing force for different governing regimes. You can see Chairman Mao in the corner here. Transit lines are reflected by these red lines on the map, and they're not the foreground, but this map as a legitimizing force for the new names of the streets of Beijing after the revolution. So each of the streets has a new name reflected by the new government, but it's through kind of and here's also where the train's coming in, and here's how you can get from point A to point B. That just kind of legitimizes and incorporates these into the everyday transit language in a way that kind of hides how it's slipping into the regular vernacular of people who are living and navigating that area. This is kind of a different type of promotional material rather than internationally renowned transit systems as progress. The World's Fair was held in New York, in Flushing, Queens, in 1939, and this is a promotional map by the Brooklyn Manhattan Transit Company. So these were lines the lines in New York were not consolidated all at the same time, but this company owns all of these lines, and they are using it to promote various places in the city. So you can see around the map, there's various different, here's the New York Public Library, which is why I zoomed in on this one, because that's a library and it's fun. But the World's Fair is highlighted, and using an event like the World's Fair or a Columbian exhibition in London as well, or in Glasgow as well, the Columbian exhibition, those types of large global events would often precipitate maps like this, which highlight the most grand elements of a city for visitors, as well as promote the city to the rest of the world. Finally, in this section, I wanted to highlight this bird's eye view map of transportation in Japan and the world, because it's very different from those other kind of maps using the cartographic language of Beck, but it still demonstrates a vision of dominance in transit and trade. So here we can see the perspective of the map is used to project Japan as kind of the center, the foreground of the world, right? And we can see this is, if you can't tell, this is North America, this is Central America and South America, and then all the way over here we have Europe and Africa. And the ways that this map works is the transit lines connect Japan to the world, but Japan is very obviously at the forefront. And so using transit and trade and travel, both in Japan and outside of Japan, the map tells the viewer that Japan is at the foreground of the world in terms of everything. But it's a different way to communicate that using the same topic as other languages of transit cartography, but not exactly the same. And then finally, this one is kind of expansion and experimentation. So how has transit cartography evolved? A lot of the maps I've used are historic in terms of not in this century, and some of these will be historic as well as these two, but they are using the language of transit cartography in a very different way, right? These are both promotional materials promoting new routes and new lines. This one is obviously not geographic. It also has a river to kind of orient the viewer, but it's on a swan, which is not a geographic place. Oops. I don't know what just happened there, but let me go back to that. The swan did not like me saying that. And this one uses very abstract visions of mountains. This is not geographically, I guess, quote unquote, correct, if you would say. But because of the language of transit cartography, viewers are able to orient themselves in a place, and also this graphic design pulls you in and makes you want to ride this train, right? Additionally, this is one of the most famous transit maps ever created. Massimo Vignelli in 1972 was hired as a graphic designer to make a map of the New York subway system. This abstract map was the result. It was lauded and also hated. It actually was just reintroduced to the city by the MTA, but this map uses angular design as well, but in a kind of a different way from Beck, and more artistic rather than kind of utilitarian. So this kind of symbol became very popular in New York as well as kind of across the globe, and is very easily recognizable by people who aren't map nerds either. And then this map, which is really hard to read on the screen, I tried to make this image higher quality, but it was hard, is over in that corner. I would really suggest you check it out. It's my favorite map in the exhibit. This is the Black History 2 map created by the Black Cultural Archives in London and Transport for London. So this map has a variety of different lines, like culture, arts, literature, LGBTQ+, and more. But it's a map of the Black history of London projected onto the tube map. So where communities may not be represented in a map of transit, which erases a lot of the people in a city, the use of maps that are recognizable to the eye to point out history that's often left behind and not represented is a really awesome storytelling tool that can help to highlight forms of history that we often don't talk about. So this map, I really like it, not only because it highlights Black history, but also because in some of the stops, there are operators of the underground trains and buses that were an integral part of their community as well. So it's about Black history and Black transit history in London. And this is the final map that I will talk about. This is a map of the Tokyo transit system. However, it does not represent transit at all. It represents internet and internet usage. So it represents what people are searching. The lines down here say that, what people are searching, how people are using the internet. But it's projected onto a transit map, which is recognizable to the people who live in Tokyo or people who look at maps often. And I don't know why it keeps doing this. But it shows how this language of transit cartography that I've been talking about this whole time is being used in new and innovative ways to represent things that Beck couldn't have even thought about, like the internet. So it shows how transit cartography has persisted across centuries, and also how this language has become pervasive and recognizable beyond geographic means as well. So that is the conclusion of my presentation. Yeah, okay, questions. Anybody have questions?
I had a quick question about the Black History map, which I looked at. It's fascinating. But who decided who was on that map, and even the organization of the names on the map? I know there's lines, but there's always a problem of maybe you leave someone out, or there's someone who's maybe controversial that's in the hierarchy or the the sequence. It didn't seem like it was chronological. I was trying to find some order in it. So, but yeah, how did the community get together, and who was in that community that got to decide who was on the map?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the Black Cultural Archives in London are a really awesome resource. They have a lot of digital resources available about London's Black history. They serve as a community archive, and they worked with Transport for London on this map. So they worked together to dig through the archive, not only of the underground, but also the archives that they've been collecting, I think for over 50 years, if I remember correctly. I'm no expert, but they organized this mostly geographically. So these people, if you go on the website, which is available down here for further information, the link down there, it tells you more about each person on each stop. But a lot of these people, this is where they either grew up or live, and so they're organized geographically based on where they're from in London. If not, a lot of the people who worked on trains and buses are kind of filling in the gaps, but they kind of, and also thematic if they don't have one place on the map they fit in. So I'm not exactly sure their entire reasoning, but part of it is geographic, and they did work with the Black Cultural Archives in the Claudia Jones Center as well in London to create this, yeah.
But yeah, it gets a little complicated because you have some neighborhoods that are really, predominantly Black, like Brixton, and Notting Hill, and they've only got a couple stops, right? Notting Hill doesn't even really have a stop, or it has one or two, but Brixton's there, and there's just like 3 dots representing hundreds of thousands of people. So
I would really recommend checking out their explanation, because it's a very thorough explanation, and I think it's really well done. So online, they have a lot of more explanation on that too. Yeah, I don't know who is. Yeah.
Hi, congratulations on winning this award.
Thank you.
Can you just give us a little brief synopsis of how you chose your topic, submitting it? Did you have to present in front of a group of judges? It was just fantastic, so I'd love to hear a little more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So like Christina said, I'm a reference intern at the American Geographical Society Library. I heard about this through the Maps L listserv, so shout out to that group. But I chose this topic because I've always been fascinated by transit maps. I grew up across the street from a freeway entrance, and when my mom bought that house, with our house, we got a map of the neighborhood before the freeway was built, which was super fascinating. So then I got all interested in freeway history, which if anybody knows about that, it's a very deep dive that you can go into. But then from there, I went into transit maps, and those were fascinating to me. And then I decided to work at a map library, and then I had access to too many transit maps to count. And so that's kind of how I got into that area. I decided to kind of focus on this because it's something I've always been really interested in, but I haven't had a chance in a class or in teaching a class in the AGSL to kind of talk about it. And so this was kind of my way to be creative and explain. I had to submit a proposal of 3 maps with a caption and some potential section titles. And then there was a second round where I had to write a caption for all of the maps you see around and all of the sections with the help of wonderful librarians like Christina. So it was not just a one-person effort, but it definitely taught me a lot about exhibition curation and has made me a stronger appreciator of transit maps as a whole, for sure. Yeah, there's a mic, sorry.
Well, I've been looking forward to hearing your presentation since it was first announced last year that you were becoming. You know, your talk is so inspiring. We have a critical election in November on the ballot to save transit in the Bay Area. And one of the challenges is how do you illustrate how transit impacts people's lives, you know, using the network. So I think we should bring you back from Madison to the Bay Area to help create that illustration so people can see how important it is.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I am no cartographer, but I do have a great appreciation for public transit. I'm riding the Caltrain for the first time tonight, so I'm really excited about that. But that's a personal note. Yeah.
I'm just curious if you looked at pre-19th century examples of transit, like Ogilvy, and also Marc Momonier has done some work on transit that are interesting.
Yeah, I looked at those. I think they're really interesting. What I wanted to really focus on, I think the pre-Beck section could have been a really huge scale. What I really wanted to focus on was kind of the Beck cartographic language that became really prolific and synonymous with the city of London and kind of globally with transit. But there are a lot of examples before that. I kind of wanted to think about the kind of urbanization of on a global scale and the way that mass public transit systems like trains and bus systems were starting to be mapped once the technology developed. So that wasn't exactly an answer. I've looked at them, but they weren't included just because it would be a lot longer presentation and exhibit. So yeah.
Can you go back to the map of Japan?
Yes. This one?
It denotes that Korea was part of Japan, which is true for that time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Oh, there's someone in the back. Yeah, Korea is right here, if you can't. Yeah.
As a more general question, and if you were to step back in time, is there a clear period in the history of map making that cartographers deliberately started layering additional layers of information on top of a kind of vaguely geographical base?
Yeah, I mean, statistical mapping is the era of mapping started, I'm not going to get the years right, but statistical map, you can see over here, there's another Paris map directly above, kind of in the back, and that is a visualization of the ridership of the bus lines in Paris. So as statistical mapping developed, there were a lot of different ways that people were trying to visualize different representations of the way people lived, how people traveled, things like that on maps. I think in the US, W.E.B. Du Bois is kind of made a lot of maps, which is not as widely known as I think it should be. He was a great cartographer. And he made an atlas of statistical maps in Philadelphia about Black life because they weren't being documented as well. So I'd suggest checking that out too. But this is kind of developing at the same time as a lot of statistical mapping. But throughout history, I think people have been doing it as well. Like plat mapping has a really, really rich and interesting history throughout the world. So that's a really broad answer, but that's what I'd say, yeah. If you have other questions, feel free to ask me, yeah.
Thank you very much, Jayne. Really appreciate it. We're about to take a break here until 10 after. I just want to, two things, suggest a shallow dive into the history of 19th century opium wars between Britain and China. That is some crazy history. And secondly, if you find yourself in London, I highly recommend a visit to the London Transport Museum, which is very interesting and entertaining. Take a break, folks.
Tour of Japan in November. Is that all right? Yeah. I'll just take 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to talk it when you start. Yeah. You got it. Okay.
And airplane, just because.
All right. Can I just leave this one?
Well, this is great. Did you sign this participation? It's a good turnout.
So we will work together. I think it's going to happen. We are
the last exit, the extra days.
Well, there's Connery.
Yeah.
We're not worried about that personally. The conference, I think, we're in the 20s and mid-20s. Yeah. Said he needs to get prepared. Steve Holmes got his restoration. I know he's a couple. I'm not sure if Steve Holmes would his daughter. I don't know. I had a list of the attendees beginning.
Yeah.
I'll send out a email. I'd like to be
Let them know who we are. Oh, the Rothmans did? Yeah. Yeah. And regarding the talk in Denver, let's talk maybe in 3 weeks after I get them.
Mitchell, my old friend.
This way, Ham.
Scott, it was so many are. He would know. Are they being recorded?
Yeah. Excellent. And I can see him on what site? David Rumsey's site or the Map Library site?
We're gonna send
California
this.
Map Society?
Yeah, we're gonna send it to the California Map Society as soon as we're done here.
All right, good. I can watch this lecture.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Take care.
Yeah, we can do this. We're basically open from December or November. So, if you want to come in the spring.
Thanks.
I'll see you soon, I hope.
Yeah.
Glad you're going to bring that up.
Can I get a web link? I'm going to do a quick PSA. I just need access to the internet to show something when we restart. That's fine. I can.
there you go.
Just gonna search something.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you.
You gotta take off.
Okay.
Great to see you.
Great to see
As
you. Really
always.
fun. Oh, hold on. Where's Matthew? We gotta do a picture. Let's just see if we can find one. You're going out that way or this way? Let's see if we can find him.
Hey, look for the tall guy.
Niall.
Yeah.
Don't let me forget this.
I won't.
Yeah.
That's been on my mind all day.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I got that. I will, because I got to go unplug it. So,
Back there?
yeah, I'll
Okay.
unplug it for you
Okay.
and hand it back to you.
Okay.
I'll set a reminder just in case.
I actually think the
Just this trip to Japan.
Yeah. So you kind of get lost in it.
You can click, click on there.
Knock, knock.
Oh, it's a mouse.
Our next speaker.
Yeah, okay, good. That's the right one.
Please take your seats, folks. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to get a Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Just want to tell you, we may not see you later.
Okay, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Kindly take your seats.
All right, everyone, we are going to get started, so please take your seats. Thank you.
Just want to say, my dad, I've got him with me, he's 88, I'm going to have to go, but
Okay.
thank you for
Yeah, you're welcome.
putting up with me.
Nice meeting you.
My apologies for taking so long in my presentation.
It's not easy.
100 pounds of crap, no, 25 pounds.
Okay. Are we ready yet? Are you there? Hello, hello. May I have your attention? Our next speaker is Josephine Arader. She's going to talk about the shaping of California through maps, 1846 to 1873. Just before she speaks, though, I'm going to reintroduce you to Tom Paper with a quick announcement.
Hi, just a quick announcement. There is an amazing trip happening. IMCOS is sponsoring it in November in Japan. It's a guided tour of maps in Tokyo and Kyoto, and it is totally amazing. It's November. You can see it here, November 9th, Monday through Friday the 13th. They had a trip to Malta. They had a trip to Brussels. These are really amazing trips. So I think Len and Juliet are going to be there. So if you're interested, let me know, or Wes Brown. And I'll be there. Sorry. Yes, of course. I'll be there with Eleanor and Sarah. It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
In just 27 years, the state of California was transformed from a sparsely mapped northern province of Mexico to a fully surveyed and infrastructurally integrated American state. The maps Josephine Arader has chosen provide a concise visual record of how quickly a landscape can be redefined when political change, resource discovery, and technological expansion converge. Josephine?
Thank you, Ken. All right, let me just open my notes here. All right, my name is Josephine Arader, and Ken reached out a couple of months ago inviting another member of our gallery, but I jumped in because our gallery's in New York, but we also have a West Coast presence. So I'm so happy to be here. I'm a new member of the California Map Society, very happy to be. Like Ken said, I'm going to be talking about the shaping of California, 1846 to 1873. So let's jump in. All right, so these maps cover 27 years. And in that short time, that's less than a generation, California was, as Ken said, a sparsely mapped Mexican frontier, and it, became very quickly shaped into a very populated place. So let's get started. All right, so these maps let us watch that transformation happen almost in real time. They're more than illustrations. We're going to see that these maps actually actively helped shape public understanding. They guide migration, they formalize borders, and they make California legible as it's being remade. So the 4 maps we're going to be looking at today are going from left to right. Mitchell's A New Map of Texas, Oregon, and California from 1846. Then we're going to look at John Disternell's Mapa de los Estados Unidos de Mexico from 1850. Then Gibbs's Map of the Gold Region in California from 1850. And finally, we're going to take a look at A.L. Bancroft and Company's Map of California, Nevada, Utah, and Arizona from 1873. Together, we will see that they form a concise cartographic history of modern California's emergence. So here's our first map. And like I said, this is Samuel Augustus Mitchell. The title is A New Map of Texas, Oregon, and California. This map is printed all the way across the country in Philadelphia in 1846. So we are on the eve of what war? The Mexican-American War. Who's the president? James K. Polk. He is an interesting figure. And at this time, at the printing of this map, California is still part of Mexico, following its independence from Spain in 1821. And I'd like to acknowledge that long before Spanish, Mexican, or American control, California was indigenous land, home to native communities with their own homelands, trade networks, sacred places, roots, and political landscapes. And that's important to keep in mind as we go through this history. Of course, on this map, to an American commercial map maker in Philadelphia, much of California appears empty, open, and lightly defined. But that apparent emptiness is, of course, misleading because that land was not empty. It was simply not represented through the categories American map makers prioritized. And so by the 1840s, let's do a little recap of the history here. The United States was focused on westward expansion. Polk strongly supported the idea of manifest destiny, and that's the belief that the United States was somehow destined to expand all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Tensions are escalating with Mexico after the United States annexes Texas in 1845. Mexico still considers Texas part of its territory, and the two countries dispute the boundaries between the Nueces River and the Rio Grande. So Polk sends 4,000 troops, about 4,000 troops under General Zachary Taylor into the contested region. Of course, fighting breaks out and Congress declares war in May of 1846. And one of the most important things about this map is that it was printed in Philadelphia and not California. So to viewers in Philadelphia, New York, Boston, anywhere on the East Coast of North America, California was a remote frontier. And compared to the later maps that we're going to be reviewing in this presentation, like we discussed, California, it appears lightly populated, it's generalized, and only partially understood by Eastern American audiences. And so we're going to see that that is one of the tensions that run through this presentation. As the maps become more detailed from an American perspective, and the precision of roads and borders and counties and railroads increases, we're seeing that the knowledge of the land from an indigenous standpoint dissipates. So let's go to the next slide. So on this map, I've highlighted in green, we start to see the routes that transform the West. The maps, you'll see the Oregon Trail and both the Southern Emigrant Route, and these are, of course, the essential corridors moving settlers westward across the continent. The Oregon Trail carried people into the Pacific Northwest by the thousands, and the Southern Caravan Route offered a southern pathway through Texas and New Mexico in the Southwest, mainly used in the winter months. And of course, these trails were not just geographic lines carrying people. They were also information systems. They carried guidebooks and rumors, newspaper reports, and also stories of opportunity. And so here we start to see that a printed line on a map could make a very dangerous and unknown journey feel possible. So Mitchell's map for our presentation captures California at an extraordinary transitional moment. It's still politically Mexican, so remember this is on the eve of the Mexican-American War, and still geographically isolated and distant from Eastern American audiences, but it's already beginning to become deeply connected to the American imagination of westward expansion. Because remember, this is printed in Philadelphia. So people in Philadelphia are looking at this map thinking of the West. So this map, it preserves this moment right before this giant acceleration. Within 27 years, we're going to see that borders are going to change, gold is going to reshape migration, counties and infrastructure will emerge, and finally, railroads will cross the state, and we will find that California becomes a fully integrated part of the American economic system. So let's look at our second map. This is John Disternell's map. It's titled Mapa de los Estados Unidos de Mexico, and it's printed in New York in 1850, and this is the 23rd and final edition of this map. This is considered one of the most important maps of America. It's incredibly important for American history. So when we move from the Mitchell, let's go back to the Mitchell. So that's what the Mitchell looks like, to the Disternell. California is passing through one of the most dramatic political transformations in its history. It goes from a distant Mexican frontier to territory claimed by the United States. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which is signed on February 2nd, 1848, ends the Mexican-American War and establishes the new boundary between the United States and Mexico. Article 5 of that treaty refers directly to a map in defining that border, and that map belonged to this Disternell map lineage. The example here, as I said, is the 23rd and final edition, printed in 1850. The treaty negotiations relied on 1847 editions, and they were not identical, which is telling. So the United States copy is generally identified as a 7th state, while the Mexican copy, also printed in 1847, was either an 11th or 12th state, and that's debated. So let's look at the cartouche on the map. What language is it in? That is written in Spanish, and despite being printed in New York. So this is not simply an American map of the American West. It was a map of Mexico produced by an American publisher as the United States tried to understand, negotiate, and ultimately absorb American territory. And the scale is absolutely immense. It's the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. It transfers approximately 525,000 square miles of land from Mexico to the United States. And that includes, of course, the land that becomes California, Nevada, Utah, parts of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming. So, giant chunk of land. And few treaties have altered a continent's political geography so dramatically in such a short amount of time. And of course, California is very central to this transformation. Before the gold rush, Alta California was very sparsely populated with non-Indigenous residents, mainly in missions and ranchos and coastal pueblos and presidios. There were about 14,000 non-Indigenous residents, is what they think. But like we said, California is already strategically essential to the United States. San Francisco Bay is already recognized as one of the great harbors of the Pacific coast, and control of California promises trade access to Pacific trade. So that imbalance is part of what makes California so attractive to expansionists. To American politicians, the land it looks incredibly valuable, but also vulnerable. Valuable because of the land and the harbors and the Pacific orientation, and vulnerable because Mexico is governing this giant chunk of land from very far away. So the map is sitting at this intersection of geography, strategy, and desire. And that brings us to one of the most revealing parts of this story. The map used to define this huge transfer contained serious geographic errors. So Disternell's map misplaces El Paso, then known as Paso del Norte, and incorrectly depicted portions of the Rio Grande. In other words, negotiators used an imperfect map to help define one of the largest territorial transfers in American history. And that's one of the great ironies of 19th century cartography. The map was not simply recording a boundary, it was helping create one. Because the geography was wrong, those errors gained legal and diplomatic consequences, which leads eventually to the Gadsden Purchase of 1853, which is this sort of like sliver of land to correct the border. And the 1850 edition that we're looking at today directly acknowledges this problem. Near the cartouche, Disternell includes a note explaining that the error in the treaty map had been discovered incorrectly, and that note reads, note, in the 1847 edition of this map, which was appended to the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, dated February 2nd, 1848, a geographical error was discovered and corrected in regard to the true position of Paso del Norte, situated near the 32nd degree of north latitude. And that note makes this 1850 edition revealing, because we see that this map is not just an image of geography, but it is a political document entangled with diplomacy and law and national expansion. And it also, of course, reminds us that border making was not a single clean act. The treaty could describe a boundary, but surveyors still have to locate and correct it on the ground. And for California, the Disternell map marks the move from Mexican sovereignty into the United States. For American politicians and expansionists, it represented a national ambition realized. For indigenous communities, it accelerated dispossession, settler expansion, violence, and demographic collapse. And for the Mexican era residents, or the Californios, it introduced new political systems and economic order. And the new 1850 edition that we're looking at today makes that explicit. So we are looking at a little section along the California coast near San Diego, and that note reads, new U.S. boundary, northwest boundary of Mexico, as defined by the commissioners, 6 October 1849, north latitude 32 degrees, 31 minutes, 59 seconds, longitude 7 hours, 48 minutes, 21 seconds west from Greenwich, being about 17 miles to the southward of the town of San Diego. So only a few years separate Mitchell's relatively open Mexican California from this new geopolitical reality. So on the Discernell map, California becomes America on paper. The boundary is measured and named and printed onto the landscape. And this printed boundary brings years of uncertainty. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo did promise there's writing in the treaty that said that they would respect existing property rights for the diseños that we talked about earlier. But land held through Mexican grants now had to be defined through American courts. Those land grants had to be translated. They had to pay taxes all of a sudden. There were legal fees. So that boundary changed not only sovereignty, but also daily life for a lot of people. And so almost immediately, that legal transfer was overtaken by another force. Can anyone guess what happens right after the Treaty of Guadalupe, which completely changes California again? Gold. So with the next map, we're about to see that California is not only newly American, but it is about to become a global destination. So here we are looking at Charles Drayton Gibbs' map. This is titled A New Map of the Gold Region in California. And this map is printed in both Stockton and New York in 1851. And with the Gibbs map, California changes completely. If the Discernell represents the political transfer of California on paper, Gibbs shows what's happening on the ground. So only 5 years separate these two maps. And we can see that visually they are quite different. Mitchell's California appears, like we discussed, distant, lightly settled, geographically open, and all of a sudden Gibbs's map is crowded with towns and rivers and mining camps, transportation routes, and the newly forming political boundaries. So Gibbs, Charles Drayton Gibbs, the cartographer, arrived from California, in California from Charleston, South Carolina, during the gold rush itself. And so unlike the Mitchell and the Discernell map that we were just discussing, which were both produced in eastern cities far from the region, this map emerges from Gold Rush, California itself. And it's produced in Stockton, which is, one of these major centers for mining. And of course, the catalyst for all of this is the gold that's discovered at Sutter's Mill in 1848, almost immediately after the signing of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. And news spread slowly until President Polk confirmed that discovery during his address to Congress in 1848. He supposedly had like a big bag of gold and slammed it on the desk and said, and by the way, this is what you find in California. And it spurred this global rush to California. I'm going to get off topic here a little bit, but I think Polk understood that we had secured the land politically and now he had to keep the land. And so this gold rush created this huge rush of people to California, which helps it not be sparsely populated, which makes it much easier to defend as American territory. And so between 1848 and 1852, California's non-native population rose from that 14,000 person figure that we talked about to more than 200,000 non-indigenous people. And they arrived from the eastern United States, Mexico, Chile, Peru, Europe, Australia, China. And so, as we know, San Francisco grew from this tiny settlement into this totally wild place with abandoned ships and warehouses and tent encampments very quickly. So Carl Wheat describes Gibbs's work as one of the most important and vivid maps of Gold Rush, California. And Thomas Streeter identified it as the first map to show county boundaries. And this is important because, of course, county formation marks the transition from a frontier extraction zone to organize civil society with taxes and land records and infrastructure and also political administration. And so you'll notice, I just did a little zoom in on part of it, the density of place names is really remarkable on this map. And all these little mining cities pop up, Empire City and Crescent City, Good Hughes Bar, Tuolumne City. And a lot of these little towns are gold rush mining towns. And so they're, they rise almost as quickly as they then disappear. And so you'll also notice on this map that the rivers dominate the map because they're following the gold veins. So the American, Feather, Yuba, Tuolumne, and Stanislaus rivers become the corridors of migration and extraction, transportation, and also settlement. And also, we have to acknowledge that this map is also showing, or reflecting anyway, the environmental reality of the gold rush. So even in 1851, California's landscape was already being physically reshaped by mining and timber extraction, river alteration, and resource exploitation. I wanted to stop here for a minute and talk about the little pamphlet that accompanies this map. It's titled Accompaniment to Gibbs's New Map of the Gold Region of California. And it functioned as a guidebook for prospective migrants. It discusses climate and agriculture, the rivers, harbors, of course, the mining regions, equipment, commercial opportunities, and Gibbs estimates in this little pamphlet that by 1851, there was $100 million in gold had already been extracted from California. So the tone of the pamphlet is optimistic. And so, this map and pamphlet are not simply documentations. They're absolutely advertisements encouraging coming and making your fortune in gold. And that's why this gold rush cartography matters historically to look at, because these maps gave migrants the geographic confidence and the practical information. So if you were a potential migrant and you had access to this little map and pamphlet, and you were reading from China or the East Coast or Australia or Europe, a map like this could make the California gold rush seem less like a rumor and more like a feasible destination and business endeavor. So let's look at these three maps together and view together. The progression is already extraordinary. So Mitchell's California is distant, undefined. Disternell becomes politically reorganized through diplomacy and war, and then Gibbs's map is economically activated and becomes globally interconnected. And of course, beneath that energy lies the more difficult reality for indigenous communities that really suffered during this time. Catastrophic violence, disease, displacement, environmental destruction. It was, not good. So the Gibbs map records both opportunity and profound upheaval. It's just worth pausing over for a minute that we're only 3 years after the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in the Gibbs map and the subsequent discovery of gold. And this is 1851. This is only 1 year after statehood, and already, county formation, cities, gold mining towns. There's a lot going on in a short amount of time. So let's take a look at our final map. And here we are looking at A.L. Bancroft and Company's map of California, Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. And this map is printed in San Francisco in 1873. And by the time we arrive at Bancroft's 1873 map, California has changed completely. It is actually difficult to reconcile visually with Mitchell's depiction just 27 years earlier. So as we can see, the open frontier of the 1840s is gone. It is now dense, a dense and interconnected state. They don't really show up as well as I wish they would, but on this map, you see the railroads like crossing the entire state and region. The counties are even more clearly defined than the Gibbs map, and roads, settlements, transportations are just popping up everywhere. So the improvisational geography of the gold rush has matured into infrastructure here. And so the other thing that's really important about the railroads is that before railroad development, travel to California took a really long time, either overland on a wagon or a sea voyage around Cape Horn. And then you had to pass through Panama and take a steamship. It was hard, it was arduous, it was dangerous, and it took a really long time. And the railroads completely changed that. They collapsed that amount of time. So although California is politically Mexican after 1848, it's still completely geographically isolated from the eastern United States and the economic markets there. So only 4 years before this map is produced, in 1869, it's that the first transcontinental railroad was completed at Promontory Summit in Utah, and that connects the Atlantic to the Pacific by rail. And interesting, wait, is this the right slide? Yes. The railroad system also reshaped California's role in global trade. The goods that enter the Pacific ports, such as San Francisco, could now much more easily be transported by rail to the eastern United States. So California becomes a bridge between Asia and the East Coast. And Bancroft's map reflects this reality everywhere. You see the rail lines. But also there's, on this map, it's really fun because it shows the existing rail and the proposed routes. So it's both a record and a prospectus. And so it's showing what has been built, and it's also an invitation to investors and migrants and businesses of where people could place their confidence. So rail also reorganizes settlements. Towns on the lines expanded while isolated gold rush camps declined. Compared with Gibbs's map, where rivers and mining camps dominate, Bancroft feels much more administrative and stable. And so we see the geography of rivers giving way to the geography of steel. The other important thing is to note that in this Bancroft map, Nevada and Utah and Arizona are also included. So it's the West presented as a connected regional system. Touch briefly here on A.L. Bancroft and Company. That's the publisher. Of course, his brother is Hubert Howe Bancroft, and he arrives in San Francisco in 1852 and builds one of the largest publishing and historical enterprises of the American West. His collection ultimately becomes the foundation of the Bancroft Library. And so that connection is interesting because it's this shift from California expansion to memory. And so by the 1870s, California is recording its own history, which is really fascinating. We're sort of becoming a settled place. And so seen against the earlier maps, Bancroft's 1873 map completes the sequence. Mitchell is distant, partially imagined. Disraeli gives a political form to a territorial transfer. Gibbs captures people, money, camps, rivers, and mining speculation. And Bancroft shows that transformation settling into structure. And that is the larger point of this final map. California's transformation was not only a matter of dramatic events, but it was, the work of naming and places and fixing boundaries and printing routes, drawing counties. So all of this sort of cartographic work helps in the settling of California. And that's one of the central powers of cartography, is that maps help make places feel knowable. And once a place feels knowable, it becomes easier to govern and settle and sell and promote and imagine as permanent. And so that power is productive and dangerous because maps do simplify. And they choose what to emphasize and what to leave out. They can make a boundary look inevitable and make settlement appear orderly when it is actually contested and violent and uneven. This is also, getting to my last slide here, why maps are such powerful teaching tools. Eleanor Bigelow makes that point in her editor's note in the April 2025 issue of Calafia, where she describes the educational energy of the Osher Map Library and the Teaching with Maps panel at the International Map Collectors Society Symposium in Maine. And that idea actually directly connects to this presentation. In California, fourth grade students study the history of the state from geography and indigenous communities through the mission's gold rush, statehood, and later development. And so maps help students see that history is not just dates, but a changing landscape of people and movement and borders and choices. And so earlier this year, the fourth grade students, of which my son is a member, from the St. Helena Public School, they walked just 2 blocks to our gallery in downtown St. Helena, where I gave them a version of this same Shaping California presentation that you've just heard. And it was a wonderful reminder that these maps still teach all ages. They invite students and collectors and historians and all of us to ask not only where things were, but how places were imagined, how they were claimed and organized, and ultimately remembered. Thank you. I hope I didn't go too far over.
Thank you, Josephine. We have a few minutes for questions. Just a few, but let's see here. Evan, Tom.
Yeah, Caltrain follows the route that originally was the San Francisco-San Jose Railroad in 1863. Do you know if there's any older railroad in California?
I don't know. I mean, there might be, speaking to this for the people on Zoom. That's a good question. I don't know what the earliest railroad is in California, but it's a good thing to look into.
There are sources for those who are in the railroad who can answer that question. I recommend you contact the Northwest Pacific Railroad Society that has an archive of all places in Petaluma.
Can you tell us a little bit about your gallery? What percentage of your business is maps, pictures, or whatever?
Yeah, thank you. We are about 57 years old. My dad started it when he was at Yale, actually. And we're in New York and California and Philadelphia. We specialize in 16th through 19th century natural history, art, and rare maps. And they actually work really beautifully together because it's really sort of the documentation of the natural world. And I would say the proportion is maybe a little bit more maps, but then Audubon, John James Audubon is sort of our bread and butter, his original works, yeah. Yeah, and that mismapping was sort of in America, the United States' favor. So there's questions on if it was truly a mistake.
One last question.
Yes. I've been told on maps this was once ours. Is that true or not?
I mean, I think that's a matter of perspective. Yeah. What is truth?
Okay, thank you, Josephine.
Thank you.
Very much. Our final presentation is from Julie Sweetkind-Singer. Over the past 25 years, Stanford Libraries has become a leader in providing spatial information and technologies to not only the Stanford campus, but to scholars and to the general public around the world. Julie will walk us through this history from the first grant to scan materials from the Stanford Geological Survey to finding hidden map treasures in the basement of the Mitchell Earth Science Building, scanning unparalleled Bay Area map collections, building the David Rumsey Map Center, and creating digital resources, interfaces, and tools to expose content and make it all easier to use. Julie?
Okay, thanks, thanks, Ken. Thanks to the California Map Society for speaking. And I am interested in speaking to you now as a long-term member of the Map Society. It seems appropriate to give this speech today, given that I'm retiring in 5 days. So I'm glad that I started my career with the Map Society, and I'm sort of ending my career with the Map Society. So this is a very full circle moment for me. So as I started to think about my talk, I wrote my abstract before I actually wrote my talk. So the abstract's pretty correct. But what I'm going to talk about today is sort of an idiosyncratic path and walk down memory lane that talks about how we looked at really strategically positioning the maps and spatial program to be an integral part of creating Stanford Library's infrastructure. So how did we think about doing that? How did I think about what it meant to really put us in the center of what the libraries were going to do as we were going forward in this incredibly transformative 20-year period from about 2000 to 2020 or 2023, as we were building out our digital library infrastructure, and how did the maps play an important role in that? So if you look at this, we kind of went from, in 2000, a map librarian, me, half-time map cataloger and a geospatial specialist, no real digital imagery, scattered geospatial holdings, 10,000 images on David's site, which we'll talk about more, and a map room, the Branner Library map room. And now in 2026, we have about a dozen people in our libraries working in spatial information, which is really pretty phenomenal for a university library. We've got 250,000 or more, 300,000 images between what we have and what David has online. And we have two different map rooms, the library map room and the David Rumsey map room, which you're standing in here, or sitting here. And so what I wanted to talk about today was I thought about talking about the creation of the map room. And it's a story that I think a fair number of you know because you've walked with us along this path for the last 10 years. But what I thought I'd do is go backward a little bit and talk about the creation of a virtual space as much as a physical space, and how important it is to understand that virtual space as a companion to the physical spaces that we live in. So if we start with this picture, there's this person on the left that I kind of don't even recognize anymore, but that's me, and that was me in about, I guess it would have been about 2000 or so, right after maybe 1999. And then in the middle is the influential and important man, Dr. Norman Thrower. So I was looking at a second career in the late 1990s after I'd done a lot of different work in different things. And I had been working for an information company and decided I wanted to go back to get my master's degree in library science at San Jose State. And I didn't really know what I was going to do, but I knew I was going to work in academic libraries because I really loved college campuses and I knew that's where I wanted to spend my time. So while I was going to library school, I was reading Norman's book, Maps and Civilization. And if you haven't read it, I strongly suggest that you do. It's a real seminal work, I think, about how maps are a product of the civilizations that we're in, but also around civilizations' impact on how maps are actually made. And I'm one of those people who reads acknowledgments in books. And Norman acknowledged and thanked the map librarians at UCLA, one of whom I got to know pretty well, David Deckelbaum. And it was truly one of those light bulb moments. I thought, oh my God, you can be a librarian for maps. This is the best news ever. And so everything I did from that point forward was focused through library school on how do I get myself a job as a map librarian. So I think about life-changing opportunities. I think about mentors and friends. And here we have one of my great friends and mentors, Glenn McLaughlin of the California as an Island fame. And for those of you who don't know, Glenn actually passed away just a couple of months ago here in Palo Alto. And this picture was actually of Glenn at my wedding to Josh, who's sitting in the back there. So this was from our wedding. So I went to work. When I was in library school, I did an internship at the Branner Earth Sciences Library and Map Collections one summer. And as I was working with Phil Hain, who is an esteemed map librarian, he handed me a piece of paper, and it was a printout of a email, and he said, go get this job. And Glenn was looking for a map librarian. And so I went over to meet with Glenn, and by the time I walked out of his house, I had a job as a map librarian working for Glenn and managing his map collection. While I was working for him, we were jointly working on a book that the California Map Society published called California 49. And this book was to honor the sesquicentennial of the state. So I joined the California Map Society for many, many years. I was the youngest person who went to the meetings. And as we were working on this book, we had 49 essays that had been written, and Glenn said to me, go find the maps that accompany these essays. Where do I find these maps? I asked him. And he said, well, some of them are with David Rumsey. So give David a call and see if he'll give you some of the maps. And so I called David. And I said, David, here's the book idea. This is what we need from you. Can you give me high-resolution photographs of these maps? And David said, no, but I'll give you digital copies. Ooh, could our publisher, Mary Ann, handle digital copies of the maps? I didn't know, but she could. And then David said to me, what do you do for Glenn? I said, I'm his map librarian. And he said, I need one of those. And he said, you want to come work for me? So conversations took place. I interviewed with David. And within about a month, I was working for both of them. I was going to library school at night, and during the day, I was either at Glenn's house or I was at David's house, and I was learning the trade of becoming a map librarian. And then in early 2000, David and I launched the David Rumsey collection online with the Luna browser, and that was quite an exciting day to launch the map collection together. Around this time, the map librarian at Stanford, Jayne, who's now a patron of this center and helps support it financially, retired. And I applied for the job and was able to come to Stanford University to start working in the Mitchell building at Branner Sciences Library, which actually is right up there in the corner. So when I came to work here, and I was up in the map room, the maps cases went up about 9 cases high, and on top of them were stacks of maps and stacks of field notebooks that went almost to the ceiling, which is pretty low, but it was still a lot of maps. And I went downstairs to my boss, Charlotta, and I said, what are all those maps and field notebooks? And she said, those are from the Stanford Geological Survey. I said, what are we going to do with them? She said, well, you better go get a grant to get them cataloged and scanned. Well, when your boss tells you something and you're a new employee, you do it. So I went to the
California State Library that had money from the Library Services and Technology Administration, or ACT, to give us money to do this kind of work. And so I applied for a grant, and lo and behold, much to my surprise, we got it. And this grant was to scan these materials. So the Stanford Geological Survey existed from 1893 to 1995, and it was Stanford students going out in the field and learning how to map to become geologists or mining engineers. And this went on for, over 100 years, and about 12,000 students went through this program. And they did maps and field notebooks and reports. And so the first thing we had to do was start scanning these maps and coming up with cataloging standards. So every time we were presented with a problem like this or an opportunity to do this work, there were things that had to be solved. There were issues that came up that had to be solved. And this was the work that we were doing over the last 15 or 20 years, was being confronted with issues, being confronted with difficulties in creating what would be called like a digital space that would be analogous to the physical spaces that we live in. So this project that we worked on, and one of the reasons why we got the money for it, was because we didn't really understand very well at that point what were the scanning standards that we wanted to be able to scan to, and how do we deal with the massive amount of digital information we were going to be creating. We don't really think of those things anymore because they're solved problems. But at this point, they weren't solved problems. We didn't really have scanning standards. We were looking to David to help us with this. He was ahead of the game on this, and we often consulted with him. I often would call him and consult with him as we're scanning people. What are we doing? How do we scan to a right standard? What are the formats we should be saving in? But the Stanford Geological Survey helped us get started. Given that, we then started saying we should scan our own collections as well. And at this point in time, in the early 2000s, there was a lot of money floating around to scan things. This was a big push in libraries, was let's just get scanning of our content. So we started scanning the map collections. And here you can see the map cases that are here at Branner, and you can kind of see where that ceiling would have been, where all those maps were. And so in the Branner Library collection, there were what we called recent maps going back to about 1840. Some of them circulated and some of them didn't. And we focused on the materials that were out of copyright. We wanted to make sure that we could put as many up in the public domain as possible. We also had a storage space down in the basement, and we found some gems down there. So we were scanning things like this, road and topographical map of Santa Clara County from 1908. We were scanning the maps that show the extent of the lands of Stanford's campus from 1883. And then we found this. This was down in the basement, and it was all folded up. And it's the Omikuniezu map. And it's a tax map, and it was done in 1837. And it literally is this big. And you can see Wayne over there. Wayne's our professional photographer that works for us, and Wayne is 6'4". So this gives you a sense of the size of this map. And so we called up one of our faculty members, Karin Wiggin, who's here with us today, and we said, Karin, we've got a gem for you. And we unfolded this map. It took all the map space to lay it out. And Wayne had to figure out how to scan it because it's not in pieces. It's unfolded 11 feet by 17 feet. And he ended up scanning it off the balcony. He ended up actually taking digital photographs of it, square by square, off a balcony over in Mitchell, and then stitching them all together using Photoshop in order to be able to create this image. We found a few other gems down there in the basement too. We'll talk about those. We also started scanning materials out of special collections. That really happened very strategically and with a lot of rapidity between 2011 and 2018. Again, we're looking at how do we scan as much as we can, how do we store as much as we can, how do we make these available. You can see Deirdre down here on the bottom is figuring out the smallest bit of information on a map that would allow us to understand what resolution we should scan at, and you can see one of the big overhead scanners that we're working on here on another Asian map. In the end, we created about 95,000 cataloging records, and we were creating hundreds of thousands of images. one from the Barkas collection of the history of science, and a beautiful Solarius atlas. So we were scanning from special collections and our own collections. Then we started to think about really what else could we do. And so David and I came up with this idea of what we call digital philanthropy. We had a lot of Bay Area map collectors, really fine collectors. And we thought not all of them are going to want to give us their collections, nor will they want to sell us our collections, nor could we afford to buy them. But what if we went to them and said, how about partnering with us and allowing us to scan your collection and return it? What do you think? Do you think we could do that? And so we started down this path, and we did a number of collections, and we have some of Glenn Rothman is here today. He allowed us to scan his maps. We had others in the area that we'll talk about around their collections. So we focused on the people we knew in the Map Society. We focused on our friends, and we had to do things like create a whole memo of understanding. This isn't a big agreement. These are expensive collections, important collections. We had to have agreements as to what would happen when we brought these materials here. People had to know they were safe. People had to know if we ended up tearing a map for some reason, they're very fragile, we would fix it. How did we move them back and forth? What was the name of the collection? Was it in the public domain? So we had to actually create this memo of understanding. We had to figure out the movement of materials back and forth. We had to figure out if there were cataloging and records, and if not, how to make them. We had to manage all of this digital content, and we'll talk a little bit about that more. And then we had to think about visualization online, and we really worked with these collectors to get them to understand that if the maps were in the public domain, the digital maps had to be in the public domain, which meant anybody could do anything they wanted with them. And again, that wasn't always thought of at that time. People were like, well, I don't know, is the scan the same thing? I'm not sure. Maybe we want to copyright the scan. And we kept saying, no, no, no. Make it open, make it available to anybody for any reason whatsoever. So at its height, we were scanning 300 maps per month from our digital donors. So a lot of work going on here to just get content as fast as we could. So who was our guinea pig? Well, it was Glenn. Glenn, would you allow us to scan your Californias and island maps? And Glenn, at that point, had not made a decision to sell us. He did a partial donation, partial sale of his collection to Stanford, so the whole thing is here. But he let us come down there, and he let us scan his maps. And I did a lot of trips to Saratoga with my colleague Jayne's station wagon, putting these maps in the back of the station wagon. We finally started hiring commercial movers to do this because, you know, a little bit safer. But anyway, what are the challenges that we had to deal with when we were dealing with the guinea pig collection, Glenn's collection? Glenn was a completist, so he would scan, or he would buy state after state after state of maps. How do we describe the states of a map in our library catalog so that it made sense as to what we had and how it was connected to the other maps that were like it? We needed to figure that out. We needed to figure out the cataloging standards by which we were going to do this. But we also had a FileMaker Pro database from him that I had created that was basically MARC cataloging, which was the standard at that time, but we had to get it into our database with our metadata standards and our metadata staff. So we had issues there around how to understand, how to manage the materials, how to manage everything we talked about before in the cataloging. Then we talked to Barry Ruderman down in La Jolla, and we said, hey, Barry, you're scanning every single map that you're putting up online to sell. How about giving us all of those scans? And Barry's like, okay, we'll figure that out. So then how do we get those digital files in? How do we get his metadata in, which is really designed for him to sell a map, not for a catalog record that somebody can search. But look what we end up with in the end. We end up with 5, at least, I could have added more, Ortelius maps of Iceland in our catalog that you can start to see the change in cartography over time. It's a phenomenal resource for people to be able to use if you can capture every single map that goes through a dealer and understand what's there. So we did this for a number of years. We're not really doing this with Barry anymore, but for a number of years we were grabbing a lot of his digital content. Then we worked with Richard Umansky, and Richard didn't, until he passed away, he didn't want us really announcing that we were doing his collection because he kept it all in his house. But Richard had one of the finest Renaissance map collections, bound volumes of atlases that you can imagine. And you can see here is one of the Ptolemy works from 1486. And I have to tell you, nothing has been enhanced in this picture. Looking at that was stunning. It was like it had been printed yesterday. It was absolutely an amazing volume. I'll tell you a quick aside, which is I went up with our American and British history curator, Ben Stone, to look at his collection. And we were looking at this Ptolemy, and he and his friend were showing us all the volumes and atlases out. And they were like his old friends. And so we walk in and he's like, do you want a bagel and a schmear? And they're standing there holding them over the Ptolemy Atlas and eating their bagel. And we both about had heart attacks. But anyway, a lovely man. He let us scan everything he had. But one of the things you'll notice about this is we were trying, much like David did, to get the feeling of an atlas. You can see the edges of the atlas. You see the pages going off the side. So even in a digital environment, we were really trying to understand and give people this feeling that they were interacting with a book. They were interacting with an atlas. And that sort of feeling, I think, became very critical. We also wanted to create a viewing environment where you could come through here and you could look at every page of the atlas. So this is another way to give you a sense of this is a book. These aren't just individual items. They're a discrete sort of intellectual piece. And we had to think about how to do this because we didn't have this at Stanford. We didn't have a viewing environment that would allow us to look like this and understand this. So then we have a universal viewer, which I'll talk about again in a moment. This idea of how do we flip through a book? Remember we used to have early flip books, they were called? That's what we were trying to replicate here. How do we look for an environment where we can actually walk through something like an atlas? So all of these things were integral to what we were trying to do when we were creating a digital map space that would match what we were doing physically. Then we started to talk with David about not only bringing physical materials down, but bringing his digital materials down, which was every bit as important to us as making sure the physical materials were coming. So again, we're looking at things that were tying the bound works to the pages. So David not only had the ability to do the cataloging at the book level or at the atlas level, but he also was doing cataloging at the sheet level, which is something we never had the staff and to this day don't have the staff to do. But David was able to do that. So we have the book information here, and this was an atlas of Switzerland. But we also saw that we have here on the left the atlas, the cataloging record for the atlas. And over here on your right, you see the cataloging record for an individual map. So we had to figure out on the back end, how did we tie these two together? How did this make sense that you would know what the atlas was and also be able to see the individual sheets? It was really a challenge to think about how did we make that jump and those connections so that you would understand both. Another set that we worked with, and these were at Branner Library, were the Japanese military maps. And we had a graduate student come over and say, I heard you have some maps in your basement that are related to the Japanese World War II mapping. We had no idea because they had been sitting down there for about a decade in our sub-basement. And she wanted to come look at them. And so these were the Gaihosu, the map of the outer lands, and they were topographic maps, aeronautical charts, city plans, mostly of Asia and Southeast Asia, but really a broad geographical scope. But the vast majority of them were topographical maps. And through handling these maps, we learned how to handle managing multi-sheet sets within our library infrastructure. So these maps came to us after World War II from Japan. They came in through the Army Map Service. The Army Map Service handed them out to 35 US public and university libraries, so they went to the Hoover Library at Stanford. Those maps were transferred to Branner Library in 2002 and sat there for about a decade until we finally were able to think about how to deal with them. And it took a good 12 to 15 years for us to manage this content. In 2020, we took the Gaihosu maps from the University of Tennessee as well. In the end, there were about 319 map sets, 10,784 sheets. It's fully cataloged, scanned, and online, and we're the only library, the only university in the world that has taken care of this set of maps because it is so difficult to handle. So if you're thinking about this kind of a map set, if you've got maybe 9 maps or fewer, You can kind of conceptualize those in your mind. You can think about where they're placed. You can print out little pictures of them and line them up. You got usually an outline. So we could put those in our library catalog. And this was another decision point we had to make. How many maps can we actually show along the side here where people don't get overwhelmed by information, but maybe they can kind of conceptualize it and understand it? And we decided about 9 was really the top amount. If it was more than that, you needed to use an index. And so we had to create index maps for all of these, and we had to think about how to show index maps with these images to give you a way to really look through them in a way that seemed to make sense. Another decision point for us, and another problem in terms of how we had to find this. The final one I'll talk about in terms of scanning is the Conrad collection of Dutch waterways. This one's even older, and this is maybe the story of libraries, backlogs, right? We always take in more content than we can actually manage, but this one was a little bit eye-rolly even for us. So this was about 1,500 maps from Jan Frederick Wilhelm Conrad, who was the chief inspector of the Waterways Department in Amsterdam. And this collection came into it as part of the Hopkins Transportation Collection, and we'd had this collection since about 1902. So that was a little embarrassing, I must say. So they processed all the physical paper materials and pamphlets, and they left the maps. And so when we were moving out of an on-site storage facility at Stanford, we moved all these maps over, and we're like, wow, these things have been sitting here a long time. So I went to my head librarian, Mike Keller, and I asked him for funding to give us staffing to spend time to get this collection scanned. And so that he granted us that money, and we spent about 2 years getting a complete handle on this collection. So you can find that online as well. Yes, manuscript maps, a lot of manuscript maps, but also printed maps as well, and engineering drawings. So now we're in this process, scanning as much as we can, just get this content. But we then needed to work on the infrastructure that made it possible. And so in 2004, we applied for a grant from the Library of Congress that was part of the NDIP program, the National Digital Information Infrastructure and Preservation Program. And this was to create a national geospatial digital archive with UC Santa Barbara. So I worked on this grant. I ran this grant for about 5 years, and the money that came in from this, and it was millions of dollars that came in through this program, we hired programmers to create the first instance of what is called the Stanford Digital Repository. So I'm really proud of the fact that the SDR, what we call it, the SDR, the back-end infrastructure that we have, was funded because of a geospatial project. And what that meant was that from the start, the back-end infrastructure was designed to handle imagery and spatial data. And that's not always the case, but it was the case here because we needed to produce this for this Library of Congress grant. So it allowed us to build a back-end to house all of this imagery in many copies, to serve it out in many different formats. We worked with our counterparts in digital library systems and services on creating a universal viewer. So this was being used to show any sort of imagery, but this is now integrated into so many of the resources that we used, but we wanted to make sure that the viewer could handle map content and imagery content that mattered to us spatially. So here you can see the map of the Gold Region, apropos after our talk just prior to this, which allows you to look at the cataloging record with this. It allows you to zoom in to very high detail in the library catalog without having to download. And it also allows you to download the images up to full resolution without any restrictions if it's in the public domain. We also were integral in the creation of our exhibit platform, which is called Spotlight. And we thought, we're creating all of this imagery, but we don't really have like an exhibit space that we can actually show people what we're doing. And so in 2014, we launched Spotlight. And again, the MAPS group was intimately and deeply involved with this. We needed this visualization environment, and the funding for this programming effort, it was a multi-university programming effort. The money that came to hire a programmer at Stanford came from our MAP supporter and donor, Bill Jacobson. So Bill was instrumental in helping us get our Maps of Africa project off the ground with donations, with helping us find the right scholars to bring their collections in. And the very first spotlight exhibit that we launched was the Maps of Africa. So again, we wanted to make sure this exhibit environment specifically was designed to handle map content and spatial content. You can see we're describing collections here, like the Norwich collection, Caroline Batchelor, University of Cape Town. We're able to do things like have these browse categories where you can decide how you want your information shown, and you can go into collections on their own. So a really nice environment that we still use today for showing our content. Then finally, we had a visualization technology with Earthworks. And this was really designed to handle spatial data. And one of the things that was frustrating to me is that when people were looking for spatial information, it was in the head of like 2 people. Do we have a layer of information about California transportation infrastructure? Well, let's go ask David or Patricia. We couldn't have the search engine be a person. That's just not efficient. And so we needed a search engine that was actually a search engine. And so working with our counterparts, we came up with this, and working heavily with programmers also at Harvard and Tufts, we came up with a search engine, which we here have branded as Earthworks. And this allows you can see geospatial data sets, but also the ability to search for maps. And what did this allow us to do? It allowed us to put a lot of the maps in here. Here you can see I've done maps of Africa, because Bill Jacobson helped us with this part too. And when you would search for one of those maps, it would pull up again. You'll notice a universal viewer, again, which we're used to. But over on your far right, it shows you the location of that map, because that map has actually got a bounding box on it that gives us coordinates. So you know where it is. And then you can see down at the right, you can download it again, and you can get access to it. So through a spatial search engine, you can get to information. We launched that on Earth Day 2015. It also allowed us to put index maps in here. So if you look, here's an index map from the Japanese military map project, and you can see all those little blue squares are maps that we own. The little red squares are maps that we don't own. And you can see I highlighted one of them, and over on the sheet it physically shows you this sheet so that you can take a look and see what it is. It gives you the cataloging record. It says view this map, and then you're able to download it. So a really nice way to get that information. And we just, at the end of last year, finished all of this work of putting all of these index maps online. So multi-year effort. So why were we so successful through 2002 to 2023 in creating a digital house for all of our content? Like we have physical spaces where we hold our map collections at Branner and here. Number one, I think, is a vision. It was a vision of understanding the untapped potential of spatial information. So when I came in, it was a really kind of starting out point, but there was nothing but potential. It was completely blue sky. What could we do? Focus scope. So staying on target with consistent goals and agreed upon order in which work would happen. And this is something that was critical, and a role that I had to play is people love scope creep. They want to create new things, they see something new and they want to go towards it. But I understood really clearly we had a mission and we had to drive home doing what we wanted to do step by step. And the more we made the scope creep, the less we were going to get what we actually wanted. Stamina. We were in a marathon, not a sprint. And this is something that I would tell people as we would work on these projects, one after another. We don't have to move fast, we just have to keep moving, and we have to keep moving with focus. Multiple sources of funding. We had funding from the state, we had money from federal sources, we had donors who consistently supported us. My boss, Bob Schwartzwalder, and the head of the libraries, Mike Keller, were continually feeding money into the system to help us hire people to do this work. And Stanford itself gave us money through budget committee for staffing and for people who are willing to work with us. We had strong partnerships across the library through our digital library systems. We had special collections, the cataloging unit. We had the East Asia Library for all the Japanese maps. And we had external relations helping us to continue to find and help us steward donors through this whole process. Finally, there was deep integration with the library infrastructure. And one thing that I think was really important is as I was going through my career, I saw that as people were creating these spaces for digital infrastructure, they were often setting it up in systems that weren't integrated into their library systems. And so when the library system moved forward, they were orphaned and they were left behind because the map content and the spatial content is always really difficult. The issues are difficult. It took us longer. It was frustrating at times to wait, but by really insinuating ourselves into the structure of the library itself, the library digital infrastructure, when that infrastructure moved forward, so did our materials. And it made sense in the long run not to decouple from that. Exceptional staff across the libraries. We couldn't have done this without hundreds of people over 20 some years working on all of these problems, because they were really, really interesting problems that we had to solve, but we thought about them together. And then finally, faculty support. We had a lot of faculty who helped us through this whole process and wanted to use these materials and pushed us to do more. Are we there yet? So this is an architectural diagram from 2012. So one of my great colleagues, Stu Sneidman, who's now at Harvard, he and I sat down in about 2004 or 5, and we said, what's it going to take to build this infrastructure? And over the years, this is what we came up with. So if you see at the top, it says Stanford-owned content, yes or no. If it was no, it was a donor content, and what did we do about that? If it was yes, then this assessment went through. Do we have the right metadata? What have we got? And then you can see through image capturing and processing, moving into the Stanford Digital Repository, coming down here to display and discovery, our library catalog, our geospatial portal, persistent URLs. And it was a big day anytime one of these squares turned green, because that meant we had done it. But when we started it, almost nothing was green on here. We had a lot of yellow, and things were starting to be in process. You can still see some red on here. But this was how we started to conceptualize and think about what we were doing. It was very strategic. It was very planned. How do we walk through this process? And it's a little spaghetti there, but in the end, we got it done. So finally, if you're a librarian, you get asked this question a lot. What do you do? You say, I'm a librarian. And typically they'll walk away because they think you're boring. Or they'll ask you if your kid's librarian. Or they say, what do? Do you sit around and read all day? Or what do? Do you sit around and look at maps all day? Well, that would be nice to think about. So do we sit around and look at maps? Well, yeah, when we can. But what I wanted to show you here is this is the work that librarians do. We're working in the background to think about and integrate the resources we use in a way that make them available to all of you, because it's not just making them available to Stanford students and faculty, it's making it available to everyone so that we can continue to do the work that I think is really critical and important. This is one of my favorite maps, which is why I put it on here on the penultimate slide. It's 1895 from R.B. Marshall, and it's from the Stanford Geological Survey. I think it's one of the real gems of the collection. And it's the Palo Alto Quad. And what I really like about it is this is downtown Palo Alto here. And you can see that in 1895, he took a pen and he drew in the wetlands. And like 101 is way out here now. And so it's a great map because not only is it the geology of the area, but this shows you the importance of this kind of cartography and what we can do in understanding the history of the bay as we're trying to recreate these wetlands. It's a really wonderful map. So I really love this map. So here's some resources for you if you're interested. And this shows you all of our spotlight exhibits that we have for the different resources. There's an article that I wrote with my friend at the University of Tennessee, Greg March, about the acquisition of the Gaihozu maps. If you'd like, and it's open access, so all of you can read it. We also have a wonderful resource guide on that. There's a guide for the Conrad collection of Dutch waterways, and then links to both earthworks or searchworks. So it was a really nice opportunity as I was working on this to think back over the career. my career and what we were able to do digitally as well as physically. I was given unlimited opportunities to create something special here, and with a lot of help, we were able to do it. So thank you very much.
Got 50,000 maps for you to scan, and have a nice day.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you, Julie.
So we've got time for a couple of some Q&A, if that's all right. And I'll
We
start
can-
us
we can
off
take
with
questions. Don't go anywhere yet.
a question from the from Zoom. Okay, we'll start there. and
Thank
then
you.
I'll read a question from Zoom.
Yeah, I got a quick question.
Yes.
Because I'm fascinated by how many maps you must probably have scanned by now. So if you come across a new map, like a new map collection, obviously a lot of those maps are maybe duplicates of ones you already have. Do you have some form of AI that can look at a new map and determine whether you already have that one?
Wouldn't that be great? No, I think our AI is actually our library catalog and our brains. Like, do we have it? I think we have map collections now that, because so much of what we have is scanned, we can look at them online and see if they're available. We're also, I think, going to think about, the scanning program has not ended. Zoe manages it now with Evan, and they continue to scan maps in the collection all the time. So when maps do come in, we are able to check and see if we've scanned them or not, and we have a good way on the back end to be able to understand what's there. So it's pretty constant.
Okay, I'm going to read one from Zoom here really quick. This is a great question. Julie, can you share which other map libraries have had similar impact in the field and/or have served as a model for Stanford's map library?
Yeah, I think one of them is the American Geographical Society. That's been a big one that we look to. In terms of scanning, a really early group that scanned was the University of Texas at Austin. And boy, it was not elegant, but that was where you went to find content. We see a lot, and we learned a lot about map scanning from the Osher Map Library in Maine. They were doing really, really high-end scanning very early on. So that was really wonderful too. So there are other real exemplars, I think, in the field.
Can you tell me about usage, where people are coming from? I'm assuming all over the world, but is there a predominant group that uses all your resources? Thank you.
Sort of yes and no. So yes, we know the maps are used all over the world. One of the things our library catalog is not really great at is metrics. And so it's a bit hard to figure out exactly what's being used. With these spotlight exhibits that I talked to you about, we can tell who's coming into the spotlight exhibits and how often they're used. We did one for the anniversary of the Transcontinental Railroad, and it was really interesting to see. It was a joint collaboration between the Map Library, Special Collections, University Archives. We did a whole group of people working on that one, and I think it must be used by schools because the use on that is really high. At one point, I asked our programmers, could you give me a count on the back end of the most used digital images that are downloaded from our site, because we can tell how much is downloaded. And for like the top 50 items that were downloaded from our Stanford Digital Repository, I think 35 of them were maps. So that gave us an idea of what was going on. And the number of them were from that Japanese military map collection was really high. That collection is quite a draw, especially when it first came out, because it just is nowhere else. Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about storage, backup, and digital degradation?
Yeah, so one of the things that we worked on with this, and this was more on our digital library systems and services side, was work that was done not only within Stanford, but this is really standard now in the preservation world of, there are national and international standards around this, but it was very important to us very early on that we create redundant backup and storage on not only spaces, we have backups digitally at many different places, but we're also putting things on spinning disk and on hard drive, and we're physically removing them to other places. So we have backups of our digital repository in places like Livermore on the other side of the fault. So there's this idea, called locks. Lots of copies keep stuff safe, and that's the model that we use for digital preservation as well, is a lot of copies. You are checking those copies all the time to make sure you don't have bit degradation. So the work that our digital library folks do is making sure that infrastructure keeps the content refreshed and in good shape. Karin.
I think there's another piece of this story you haven't mentioned yet, which is the work you did proactively to interest the faculty in these resources and open their eyes to what was here. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so when I first got here, there weren't really that many people using maps or spatial information. There were a few, but I don't really, like Richard White was one who was using them really heavily. He was writing about the railroads, the transcontinental railroads, and was using maps to explain that. He had another person named John Christensen working with him. Zephyr Frank was working on Brazil. Karen Wigan was working on Japan. So he had a handful of scholars who were working in that spatial realm, but it wasn't sort of like built into our DNA here at Stanford. And one of the things we worried about was, would there be people to actually use this content? We now know the answer to that, yes was the answer, but it was really going around and evangelizing it. So I would go around with Meredith Williams, who was our geospatial person at the time, and we literally every quarter we'd go, let's go try to get the political scientists interested in doing this. Let's try to get the medical students interested in it. Let's try to get the social sciences introduced. And so we would go and knock on doors, try to talk to faculty, talk to their students. What do you think you can do with spatial information? And the people that really jumped on it instantly were the people in public health. They instantly knew why this mattered and what they were going to do. And we would do workshop after workshop, introducing them to maps, to spatial information, how to use ArcGIS, because this is the history of the John Snow cholera map, right? Public health understands the importance of spatial information from very early on. It was interesting to see those maps earlier on today with all the pubs and how the women were trying to use this idea of, look at this prevalence of drinking. One can only imagine the lives of these women with these men coming home really drunk every night and what they were trying to do. And so I think public health here is where we got a real toehold in very, very quickly, as well as earthquake engineers. They were very happy to talk to us too about mapping the built environment that we had here in the Bay Area. And Karin was one of our early supporters. You were the one that sent Mayu over to look for those Gaihosu maps, and then you helped fund her to actually do the research on the maps and help us learn how to manage them. We had an international conference around those, bringing in the main researcher who understood these maps more than anything. And that Gaihosu project, that map project, was done very strongly in connection with Karin and her students, who brought expertise to us to get those maps out there and told us, you have something really important in the basement, you need to pay attention to it. So that connection with faculty, especially when you don't know what you're looking at, helped us drive where we went and told us what mattered and what was important and where we should put our energies.
Julie, I don't have a question.
Yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt because I just want to say on behalf of all of us here at the library, we are truly, deeply thankful for everything that you've done. We brought you a little token of appreciation.
Oh,
Not enough,
thank you.
but thank you.
Flowers?
Yes, of course.
Oh, thank you. I feel like I need a sash, Thank you.
Yeah, if you guys don't already know this, Julie's kind of a big deal. And we're really, really going to miss her. We've told her that many times, but we wouldn't be here without her. And we were celebrated 10 years of the David Rumsey Map Center here this spring. And it was an exercise for me and everyone here in the library to reflect on the last 10 years. And if we weren't talking about David Rumsey, we were talking about and thanking Julie. So it's hard to put into words how much Julie has done for the libraries and hopefully all of you being here today in the Map Center. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all again for coming, especially to the folks that came directly and up here. Sorry you had to negotiate the stairway twice, but David Rumsey wanted to make sure that you could work out for your lunch. Thank you again.